Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, police make a second arrest in connection to the Morgan State University shooting that happened over a month ago. Coming up this morning, a look at the latest suspect and why some are hoping this can bring some closure to campus. Plus, more crime breaks out in the Canton neighborhood and police take over an hour to respond. The latest incident where a mother tells Fox 45 News she feared for her and her children's lives when a group of teens scaled her home and broke in.
And our temperatures are not too bad right now, but we're tracking our rain showers as things are changing up for the holiday travel.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been warning us about the impending rain here today. How's it looking, Justin?
Not too bad right now, Meg. We'll get some of those showers coming in as we get later into the morning and especially later for the afternoon. Showing you right now where some of that rain is, getting a little bit of the wet weather and even the potential for some wintry weather in western Maryland at this time. When you zoom out on our HD radar, you are seeing more of that developing over the Ohio River Valley on the other side of the mountains, and more of that rain is headed our way. So overall, for the next couple of hours, our temperatures are going to hang in the 30s and 40s, and we're going to stay in the 50s throughout the day today, but those rain showers are moving in. Could see some heavy rain at times, especially for Tuesday evening, but then the good news is we dry out as early as tomorrow. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Starting off in a city in crisis now, police make an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus with more than a month after 5 people were shot there. 18-year-old Jovan Williams is the second suspect arrested in connection to the mass shooting. Last month, a 17-year-old was detained. Morgan State University leaders are hoping this arrest can bring some closure to campus. We'll stay with Fox 45 News all morning long. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will be live from the campus with the latest developments in this arrest. Shortly after the 17-year-old's arrest last month, Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on juvenile crime in Baltimore. The mayor criticized the Department of Juvenile Services, calling it a broken system.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
That was more than a month ago. The mayor has not specified what changes he wants to see. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours on the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates in this investigation. You can find all of our reporting on the shooting on foxbaltimore.com. A mother in Canton tells Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teenagers climbed up the side of her home and then broke in through an upper deck. She says she saw a body drop down from the roof of her home, and a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. She barricaded her family and called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
Well, this incident is raising questions about BPD's response times. A spokesperson for BPD sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday afternoon saying in part they responded to the scene as quickly as possible. But city residents tell us that they're still on edge. The city's response to crime has some residents coming to their own defense. This weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who attempted to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding down the teen until police arrived and arrested the teen. Just last week, police sources confirmed a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old were shot by someone that they were attempting to rob at gunpoint. But victims have not always been able to hold the suspects down. This summer, 57-year-old Darrell Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap, covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Police experts say a BPD staff shortage is partly to blame, claiming a lack of officers is leading to a slower response time in many incidents. BPD data shows Baltimore has passed 10,000 car thefts this year. Amid that surge, the city joined a lawsuit with several other cities against Kia and Hyundai, saying that their software makes it easy for cars to be stolen. Yesterday, the Baltimore City Council unanimously passed a resolution calling on Kia and Hyundai to recall their cars until the software is upgraded. This comes as a federal court denied an appeal from Kia and Hyundai to have the lawsuit dismissed, saying the companies created public nuisances by not installing industry standard safety software in their cars. Mayor Scott says he remains committed to accountability for all involved, including those stealing cars. He says the rise in auto thefts is largely driven by those companies. Residents who spoke to Fox 45 News say that the mayor should be focused on going after criminals rather than companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe in Baltimore? So far, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. The U.S. Supreme Court rejects an appeal from former Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin, why they are leaving the former officer's conviction and 22.5-year sentence in place. Today, we are going to feel some rain showers. We've got temps in the 50s. Coming up, how that rain could impact your holiday travels. And before we head to break, a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network. We've got a live look around some of our Beltway cameras. Looking pretty good out there. No major incidents to report. It's 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local. Making headlines this morning, the U.S. Supreme Court rejecting an appeal from former Minneapolis officer Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. Chauvin was found guilty on several charges, including second-degree manslaughter and third-degree murder. His lawyers argue he did not receive a fair trial in 2021 because of pretrial publicity and threats of violence in the event that Chauvin was acquitted. The Court of Appeals declined to review the previous decision, leaving the former officer's conviction and 22.5-year sentence in place. In Los Angeles, a judge rules rapper A$AP Rocky must stand trial for allegations he fired a gun at a former friend and collaborator. Prosecutors say it happened outside a Hollywood hotel in November of 2021. 35-year-old Rocky has pleaded not guilty to 2 felony counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm. The judge determined there is sufficient evidence for him to go to trial. After hearing about a day and a half of testimony, Rocky was arrested in April of last year at the Los Angeles International Airport and later released on bond. The U.S. Senate issues a subpoena to Live Nation to testify about its business practices. The company comes under question for its consumer practices, specifically on ticket pricing, fees, and resales. Democratic Senator Richard Blumenthal, the chair of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, says that Live Nation failed to yield business documents that it requested, bringing about the subpoena. The panel also says Live Nation failed to stop inflated demand fueled by bots. Ticketmaster, which is owned by Live Nation, has been facing some criticism for the botched ticket sales for Taylor Swift's Eras tour.
This holiday shopping season is expected to be slower than last year's. I'm Atrell Nashar with why that is and how customers are taking advantage.
The first presidential debate for the general election is set. Coming up, a former president's connection to the first debate location and where the following 3 debates will be held. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Dee Gatton, and this morning on the National Desk, from the crunch at the pump to the airports, we're tracking holiday travelers on this record-breaking getaway week. The latest updates this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. This holiday shopping season could be one of the best for deals and promotions. Retailers are trying to attract customers who are pulling back spending in the face of high inflation. Sinclair national correspondent Atra El-Nashar has a closer look at what you can expect before you shop.
After 3 years of through-the-roof spending, shoppers are coming back down to earth this holiday season. A slowdown in sales growth projected by the National Retail Federation reflects a return to pre-pandemic habits. The NRF projects a 3 to 4% increase from last year, similar growth to 2019, marking an end to 3 years of growth that drained inventory.
Consumers are learning to navigate inflation.
A new survey of Black Friday, Cyber Monday plans from Deloitte finds consumers will prioritize items they expect to get on a discount, like clothing and electronics.
Consumers are looking to just kind of use these promotional events to get in and out of holiday gift giving in the most economical way possible.
CEOs of both Walmart and Target say they've noticed customers manage their budgets more carefully.
They're buying less stuff. We've seen 7 consecutive quarters of both dollars and units declining.
Throughout the industry, a decline in hiring, too. Because of high labor costs and interest rates, retailers are expected to add the lowest number of seasonal positions since 2008, according to the employment firm Challenger Gray & Christmas. Inventories are also back to pre-pandemic norms. Gone are the days of supply chain disruptions and empty shelves. And to move that inventory during a time of slowed growth, retailers are offering their promotions earlier and earlier. Black Friday now a week-long event. Same with Cyber Monday.
Consumers, I think, know about Black Friday, Cyber Monday. They know what their favorite retailers typically offer. They are kind of expecting retailers to kind of roll out the red carpet this year and move inventory.
Stores hoping to keep Americans shopping at a time when they feel the need to pull back. In Washington, I'm Atra El-Nashar reporting.
All right, Atra, thank you. Speaking of the holidays, take a look at this. Some Ravens getting into the holiday spirit. This is Kyle Hamilton and Michael Pierce there among the players helping out with a Thanksgiving food drive in Falstaff. They distributed meals for 200 families. Running back Gus Edwards also donated Thanksgiving meals to 75 students and their families at Scotts Branch Elementary School in Windsor Mill. Now, taking you live to the Bay Bridge. On your left and on the right, we've got the Inner Harbor there and also Towson as 964,000 Marylanders are expected to hit the road this week for holiday travel. Tomorrow, Wednesday, one of the busiest days. Some rainy conditions could impact your drive, though. Right now, all looking calm, but in just a few hours, we know that that could change. The question is, when exactly? We want to bring in the expert meteorologist Justin Chambers with the timeline here today. Justin.
Where did they get that number from?
964,000.
Yeah, I mean, how do you figure that out?
Point. That is a wonderful question.
That exactly 964,000. Right. Oh, and then one guy's like, yeah, I'm not going. Now it's down to 959. So sorry. All right, looking outside right now, we are not talking about any rain here, as we just showed you on those cameras. A few light showers just to the west of Hagerstown right now and north of Martinsburg, West Virginia. You zoom out a little bit farther and you can actually see a little bit of some wintry precip moving north of Cumberland. Most of this is in southern Pennsylvania right now, but we do have a winter weather advisory. This is for Garrett and Allegheny counties, and this goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Excuse me. The best chance to see this will be in the next couple of hours, and the wintry precip we're looking at is potential for some freezing rain, maybe some of that changing over to snow. We're not looking like at a large winter storm or anything of that nature. It's mainly going to be rain. Now, let me show you the HD radar. This is that weather maker we've been talking about, that area of low pressure, the center of that moving up towards Chicago. Then you've got this warm front and the cold front draped down to the south. So those showers moving through the mid-south right now, down through Nashville and Atlanta, and then we're getting in on more of that rain as it tracks closer to us. That's basically what's going to be taking place today. That low shifts up to the Great Lakes region, and then we're going to get all of that rain through the afternoon, and really the strongest or heaviest rain is going to be tonight as that cold front moves in from west to east. We'll get the warm air out ahead of that, so our warm temperatures, or our high temperatures are actually going to come on Tuesday night, not on Tuesday afternoon. That's when the warmest air will be here. In terms of our hourly future scan, this is 10 o'clock this morning, and that's about when that rain is going to start. And we'll have a steady rain for most of the day today. A little bit more of an easterly wind will pick up in that 4 and 5 o'clock hour. Looks like the heaviest rain starts about 8 o'clock tonight, and really this is about 9, 10, 11 p.m. You can see more of the kind of yellow and oranges there. Those are the moderate rainfall totals that we're looking at. In terms of heavier rainfall also in through the late night hours tonight. Now, good news is tomorrow morning, if people are traveling 6, 7 o'clock on Wednesday morning, yeah, the roads will be wet, but we're not tracking rain and actually drying out nicely for tomorrow afternoon. Maybe a stray shower left over tomorrow night. In terms of rainfall totals, some of us are going to get close to 2 inches of rain. This is through early Wednesday, and you're going to see about 1.8 inches possible in Cockeysville, 1.7 in Baltimore. We need the rain. We have not seen any in quite some time, so this will definitely help out. Just comes at kind of a maybe an inconvenient time. I know tomorrow's kind of the big travel day, but folks who are traveling today, that's what you have to deal with. All right, so our Rise and Shine cast, next few hours here, we're going to stay dry. Lower 40s here this morning. Those clouds will start rolling in. The sun coming up at 6:56. And overall, if you're hanging out there at Brewers Hill in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll be in the lower 40s. By the time we get to the afternoon or midday, we'll be right about 51. And keeping those temperatures in the low to mid 50s for that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. We'll see the high temperatures actually come later this evening across central Maryland. Typically 56 is where we are this time of year. Most of us will hang out in the 50s, so kind of a cool rain that we'll be dealing with. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. We actually will be a bit warmer tomorrow. We start off with some cloud cover on Wednesday, and then we'll actually get to about 60 degrees. Turkey Day is not too bad. We have a new friend on our little 7-day forecast who's hanging out. Yeah, he's a little hesitant as to what's going on. You can see his eyes kind of moving around.
He
there.
looks nervous.
Yeah, he's possibly a little nervous. I'm not sure. He's a very skinny turkey, too. All right, we're cooler this weekend, but we do stay dry, guys, so no issues for Black Friday, and Saturday and Sunday also looking good as well. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 403 and Penn Train 505, both operating with delays, running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light rail on time, no delays or issues there. And Metro Subway on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
It may be a muted celebration today as President Biden turns 81. I'm Christine Frizzell with a look at how his age and other factors are playing into his bid to win a second term.
The TSA at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport is helping you get prepared for holiday travel. Still to come, what you should do before getting in line and security to ensure you don't miss takeoff. It is 4:52. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to your election headlines in the U.S. The first presidential debate of the general election is set to be held at Texas State University in San Marcos. Texas State is former President Lyndon B. Johnson's alma mater and the only university in Texas with a U.S. president alumni. Well, the debate is the first in a series of 4. It will be held in 2024 on September 16th. The other 3 will be held at Virginia State University, University of Utah, and Lafayette College. These debates are separate from the ones that have already taken place for presidential primaries. As President Joe Biden prepares to run for a second term in the White House, new polls show that more Americans are growing concerned about his age and former President Donald Trump's age as well. National correspondent Christine Frizzell has more.
You are not alone.
Stunning new numbers show President Biden's support for Israel in its war against Hamas is having an impact on his own support. A new NBC News poll finding a whopping 70% of young voters disapprove of his handling of the war, with many abandoning him overall.
We have 46% for Trump, 42% for Biden among the youngest voters. The youngest voters in the 2020 election were Biden plus 26. This could be a massive sea change.
More and more have also grown frustrated by the surge at the southern border. In the New York Times, columnist Maureen Dowd suggesting Joe Biden may be in denial, surrounded by enablers who are sugarcoating a grim political forecast. A forecast bolstered by multiple polls, showing Trump leading Biden by between 2 and 4 percentage points. Perhaps even more alarming, Trump's lead by 4 to 10 points in 5 of the 6 battleground states. Though Biden's supporters say a year out, polls mean very little.
In 2007, a year out from the 2008 election, I'll remind you that poll after poll was showing that Barack Obama was going to lose to Rudy Giuliani, and in 2011, that Barack Obama was going to lose to Mitt Romney.
For many voters, Biden's age is a top liability, with Republican rivals of Donald Trump hoping to make it an issue for him as well.
The presidency is not a job for somebody that's pushing 80 years old. I just think that that's something that has been shown with Joe Biden. Father time is undefeated. Donald Trump is not exempt from any of that.
Now, political analysts I've spoken to said they're also watching some important X factors. Donald Trump's legal troubles, the issue of abortion, which has proven to be a winning one for Democrats ever since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and the rise of third-party candidates. A Reuters Ipsos poll finding in a hypothetical 3-way contest, 32% of those surveyed picked Donald Trump, 30% picked Biden, and 20% picked Robert F. Kennedy Jr., a huge portion of voters for an independent candidate. The election now less than 1 year away. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Well, despite lawmakers currently being on recess, Republican Congressman Kevin McCarthy says an impeachment investigation into President Biden is ramping up. When Congress returns, one of the president's son's business associates will be grilled on Capitol Hill about potential business dealings with China.
We have systematically followed every place the facts have taken us each and every day. And now it's moved even closer because now we've got the subpoenas going in to get the bank statements.
Well, the White House has denied any allegations of the president's involvement in these dealings, and Democrats say the impeachment inquiry is just following orders from former President Trump. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions. We've got school closings. We've got weather. You can find it anytime. To get started, just search WBFF in your app store. Police make a second arrest in connection to the Morgan State University shooting that happened over a month ago. Coming up this morning, a look at the latest suspect and why some are hoping this can bring some closure to campus.
Recent real estate purchases made by one councilman are raising questions. Straight ahead, the reason that councilman says he didn't disclose the properties.
As we step a little bit closer to your holiday, we're tracking rain that's going to be impacting whatever you're doing outside later today. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Straight up 5 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, November 21st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning, and the rain is coming.
The rain is headed our way. We need it. Yeah, and we need to find out exactly if it's going to be a cold rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with the forecast.
Yeah, that's how it's going to be throughout the day today, guys. Our temperatures will warm up, but not until really this evening, which is kind of weird to say. But looking outside right now, we're good to go with no real issues out there for our downtown Baltimore camera. And we'll see in some clouds that are starting to move a little bit closer to us. A few showers here on your HD radar just into parts of western Maryland right now. But the bigger picture is all of that is on the left side of your screen through Columbus, Ohio, the Ohio River Valley. More of that rain will continue to move closer to us as we get later into the morning. 30s and 40s as you step out this hour. 36 in Rosedale, 40 Essex and Middle River, and 41 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So rain showers moving in, and later today could see some heavy rain at times. Good news is we dry out by Wednesday, and Thanksgiving right now is looking pretty nice for your holiday forecast. On your morning drive, we're dry today, so no issues for the drive to work or school or whatever you're doing this morning. It's this afternoon and evening where you got to deal with that rain. And we'll track it for you coming up hour by hour in my full Weather Authority forecast. All right, so how are we looking early on this Tuesday, Tom?
Not bad at all. In fact, no issues to report around the Baltimore region. You have to go to right off Route 1 in Rising Sun to find anything. It just says police activity there, and that is in Rising Sun, Maryland. Everybody else, you look at it, these roads here, major roads wide open around the Baltimore area. In crisis, a mother in Canton is telling Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teens climbed up the side of her home and broke in through an upper deck. She says she saw a body drop down from her roof and then go into her home, and a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. She barricaded her family and herself and then called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
Well, this incident raising questions about Baltimore Police Department's response times. A spokesperson for BPD sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday, reading in part, they responded to the scene as quickly as possible. But city residents told us they are still on edge.
Well, the city's response to crime has some residents coming to their own defense.
Yeah, this weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who was attempting to steal his car in southeast Baltimore. He ended up holding that teen down until police arrived and arrested the teen. Just last week, police sources confirming a 13-year-old and 14-year-old were shot by someone who they were trying to attempt to rob them at gunpoint.
But victims have not always been able to hold down the suspects. This summer, 57-year-old Darrell Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap. Covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Police experts say a BPD staff shortage is partly to blame, claiming a lack of officers is leading to a slower response time in many incidents. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, police make an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. Police tell us they arrested 18-year-old Jovan Williams that you see there last Friday. Last month, we know authorities also arrested a 17-year-old.
Well, Morgan State leaders are now hoping this latest arrest can bring some kind of closure to their campus. Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning with what we are learning about this investigation. Olivia.
Yeah, well, this morning, Tom, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting back in October injured 5 people. 4 of the victims were students. Now, 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now, over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Jovan Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University here. Now, Jovan Williams had been wanted since June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. In a statement, University President Dr. David Wilson called the arrest great news, saying, quote, today the Morgan community can continue to move forward with the comfort of knowing that both shooting suspects have now been captured and taken off the streets, end quote. Now, since the shooting, the university has been examining how to better secure their campus.
We are an open campus in an urban environment, and we now are making plans, as you heard from the chief, to basically now close that.
Following the model of Johns Hopkins, where you have people walking the streets, the corners, the neighborhoods surrounding that particular area to create a presence. Usually when you have a presence like that, there is a deterrent effect in terms of individuals who are willing to pull out guns.
Mayor Brandon Scott also released a statement saying that this is a sign to everyone that if you come to Baltimore and endanger lives and injure people, you will be held accountable. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours on the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates on this investigation, and you can find all of our reporting on the shooting at foxbaltimore.com.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, the mayor is facing questions about city grants given to the organization run by his pregnant girlfriend. Hannah Pugh runs Be More Empowered, which received $50,000 from the city's Boost program. Mayor Scott sits on the Board of Estimates, and his office would not confirm if he sat out for the decision to award those grants. The mayor is not the only city leader facing ethics concern right now.
According to the Baltimore Banner, Councilmember Zeke Cohen revealed that he is working with Open Society Foundations, a group funded by George Soros. Cohen stands by his work. Now, Fox 45 News is looking into recent real estate purchases that Councilman Robert Stokes has made. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with a look at the controversy. Shannon.
Yeah, so right now, Megan, there are still some unanswered questions about that purchase Councilman Robert Stokes made last year. In 2022, he bought 2 vacant homes from the city, but he didn't disclose the properties on his ethics disclosure, and we want to know why. The homes are in the Oliver community and are now under the ownership of an LLC Stokes has a 49% ownership of. That company is North and Broadway Aquo LLC, which is listed on Stokes' 2022 ethics disclosure. But the 2 vacant homes Stokes bought for $18,000 total, well, they're missing from that disclosure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says these disclosure forms are key for transparency. And keep in mind, elected leaders are required to disclose any work business they may have on the side outside of holding office.
A big concern that I have is property ownership. There is a huge question of conflict of interest as to how much they're paying for it, their involvement in development companies, and just how much they're going to profit from these properties.
Now, in a text message, though, Councilman Stokes says he did not omit anything from his 2022 disclosures. Rather, there was nothing to report because he didn't close on those homes until February of this year. The Ethics Board says that whenever a property is sold and finalized, that's the year that someone should disclose them on their ethics filings. Councilman Stokes says he does intend to disclose these 2 properties on his upcoming ethics disclosure forms, which are due in January. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders prioritizing themselves or citizens? So far, 96% of those who have voted choose themselves. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the Pulse tab.
Coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition, a change could be coming to the minimum wage in Baltimore City. What workers this impacts and when it could happen.
Temperatures statewide are in the 30s and 40s, but we're tracking our next weather maker, which is going to impact all of us in terms of rain showers. We'll talk about how long the rain sticks around and what we can expect for Thanksgiving coming up. Welcome back. It is Tuesday morning, 5:11, almost 5:12, and almost hump day too. The rain is almost here. This is a look at our HD radar right now. Left side of your screen is where most of the rain is at this time. The Midwest over toward Pittsburgh, so the other side of the mountains, getting a little bit of some light shower activity in western Maryland right now. So as you head out the door this morning, grab the rain jacket, grab the umbrella. Not really a need for sunglasses here today because we're going to see the cloudy conditions and that rain that stays with us for most of the day. If you do want to get a run or a jog in, I do so this morning because later today you'll want to do some indoor exercises as that rain is coming our way. We're back with your full forecast. We'll track the rain and we'll also talk about what we can expect for Thanksgiving and Black Friday and your weekend ahead.
Thank you, Justin. Still to come this morning on Fox 45's Early Edition, the TSA at BWI is helping you get prepared for your holiday travels. What you should do before getting in line at security to ensure you won't miss takeoff.
Also coming up, the United Auto Workers Union officially has new contracts with the big three automakers. Why the union's president is saying the weeks-long strike was just the beginning. It is 5:13. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Topping your consumer news, Amazon is facing a lawsuit from 3 employees. The corporate research and strategy division staffers are alleging gender discrimination and retaliation. The workers claim that Amazon regularly assigned female staffers lower job titles for the same roles held by men with higher titles and salaries. Amazon is calling the claims false in a statement.
Meanwhile, Toyota is being ordered to pay $60 million. $48 million will be going toward reimbursing borrowers for a scheme that forced loan applicants to bundle their payments, pushing up their costs. The other $12 million will go to pay a fine for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Turning now to Silicon Valley as a major shakeup comes this week. After being ousted from the artificial intelligence nonprofit OpenAI this past weekend, Sam Altman is headed to Microsoft. He will be joined by his second in command, Greg Brockman. Former Twitch CEO Emmett Shear will now lead OpenAI on an interim basis. This comes after stalled talks with OpenAI's board for Altman's return. Hundreds of employees are threatening to quit if Altman is not reinstated, and the entire board resigns.
Turning now to the United Auto Workers Union. The union says its members have officially ratified new contracts at all of the three big automakers, and it's just getting started. The new contracts brought in raises of at least 25% over 4.5 years and more perks that make this one of the biggest wins in decades for the labor movement. Now, the union's president says the 44-day strike was just the beginning. He now has his sights set on unionizing the entire auto industry.
The TSA at BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport is bracing for holiday travel.
Yeah, airport officials are telling the public proper preparation before getting in the security line could be the difference between making and missing your flight.
We anticipate that this will be the busiest travel period in several years. Airline and passenger traffic have grown, reaching levels not seen since the pandemic.
It is not just the airport that you need to be prepared for. 964,000 Marylanders, count them up, are expected to hit the road here this week. If you're one of the thousands planning to make a long drive, you might be doing it in some raining conditions. We're taking you live here to the Bay Bridge on your left, and then on the right, we've got the Inner Harbor and Towson.
Right now, all is looking calm, but just in a few hours from now, that could all change. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, and finding out exactly when the rain and maybe even some of the pink stuff I saw, possibly.
I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to pan. I mean, there is a winter weather advisory for Garrett and Allegheny counties, so just know if you're driving west this morning, you could see some, but it's really staying too warm right now, guys. And that's what it's kind of looking like. More of our weather models are coming in where it's just going to be an all rain event. And it's going to be some pretty decent rain that all of us are going to see. That much needed rain is going to be rolling through. Our Towson camera is dry right now as we look at the Towson traffic circle from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Overall, you can see some of these showers right around Hagerstown up toward Chambersburg, PA, and just around Frederick, a couple of light showers, but notice it's all green. So we're not talking about any wintry precipitation. You look a little bit to the north of Cumberland up into southern PA, and you can see some of that pink right there. We do, as I mentioned, have Garrett and Allegheny counties. Winter weather advisory goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So there could be that potential for some of that precipitation as those temperatures drop a little bit in the next couple of hours to turn over to kind of a wintry mix. But we're tracking this, our next weather maker. We've been tracking this basically since last week, this area of low pressure that's sliding north up into the Great Lakes region. And with that being said, we've got the warmer air out ahead of it. So we're cooler right now, but that's a warm front right there. And as this system progresses and moves further to the north and to the east, this is taking us through the afternoon. Notice how all of that rain is going to be spreading through. We have some snow in parts of the Great Lakes and the northeast, but we're not really looking at a winter system, which is definitely good considering that most of us can deal with the rain, including airlines, excuse me, and, you know, obviously maybe a few delays here and there, some of the airports, but it's mainly going to just be a rain event. And that warmer air comes in as we get into the evening tonight, basically moving through into the afternoon and evening with that kind of cool rain shower effect that we'll be seeing. This is our hourly future scan, 9 o'clock this morning. Notice that's when some of those showers start. Frederick down to Gaithersburg into parts of Laurel. And then by about 10, 11 o'clock and through midday, that's when that steady rain begins. We'll see an easterly wind throughout the afternoon, and that's going to pick up into the later part of the evening time, getting a little bit closer to that cold front and turning more southerly. This is 7, 8 o'clock tonight, with those yellows indicating the moderate rain and even some of the heavier rain in that 8 and 9 o'clock hour. Notice all those arrows, so they're getting kind of closer to that red line right there. So that's that warmer air that is surging in as the cold front passes through. Very dynamic system here is what's taking place as we get into the afternoon and evening. And in terms of rainfall totals, much needed rain. Some of us close to 2 inches of rain once this thing is all said and done across the eastern shore and through most of us along the Chesapeake. So as you rise and shine with us, next couple of hours, temperature staying in the 40s. And as the kids head out to school today, beep, beep, maybe getting their last couple of days in before Thanksgiving break, definitely send them with the umbrella and the rain gear. Not needed this morning, but we'll definitely need it by midday and especially this afternoon as it will be rainy with temperatures in the 50s. Now, as I mentioned, those temperatures are going to be warming up, so we actually will slide into the lower 60s tomorrow. That's not bad for a Wednesday, and we're drier as well. Back down to the mid to upper 50s on Thanksgiving. Overall, a very nice afternoon on Thursday. Even Black Friday's looking pretty good. Our temperatures do drop as we head into the weekend. Saturday and Sunday, we'll see those numbers that will only be in the upper 40s and lower 50s. But overall, we're going to be dry. All right, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Get the umbrellas ready today, Mark.
That's right. That's what I hear. Thanks for the warning on that, Justin. Good morning. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system, Penn Train 505 with a 5-minute delay, and Camden Train 841 presently running about 20 minutes late. Allowed time for travel in those instances. But light rail is right on time. No delays or issues there for the start. Metro Subway Link chiming in on time as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Harford County leaders debating where a few letters asking the county to accept undocumented migrants came from. Coming up, the harsh words despite being on the same side of the issue.
And the search for Rachel Morin's killer is heating up in the West Coast. The actions her family is taking now at schools in Los Angeles. It's 5:22. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to new details in Harford County. The law firm representing Rachel Morin's family is asking Los Angeles area high schools to hand out flyers with her suspected killer's picture on it. Police say the DNA from the scene of Morin's killing is linked to a crime in LA where a suspect is captured on security camera footage right there during an apparent break-in and assault. Law enforcement insists the case has not gone cold, and the Morin family attorney says they aren't giving up.
This has not been as prevalent in California as it has been in Maryland. We decided we're going to go straight to the doorsteps of the individuals that live around the house in Los Angeles County where the crime occurred back in March.
The family's legal team also created a digital campaign to help Spanish-speaking residents become more familiar with the case. The reward for information leading to an arrest is now $30,000.
526, also in Harford County, lawmakers are now weighing in on some confusion over some letters that were sent to them regarding a request to house hundreds of undocumented migrants. Last week, a group of hotel and motel owners asked if they would be allowed to house the illegal migrants from New York at their facilities in Harford County. That request led to a letter from County Councilman Aaron Penman. to County Executive Bob Castle, calling for him to deny the migrants' move to Maryland. Both are opposed to the idea, but Castle says Penman wrongly claimed he did support it.
Yeah, look, this is a councilman this is his, I think, fourth false allegation against my administration. He's got some vendettas he's pursuing, and that's unfortunate. This is not the kind of matter that you ought to be just throwing around and playing politics with. This is very serious.
At no point did I say the county executive would be in support of undocumented immigrants coming to our county. That was in my press release. I just wanted the community to weigh in on it, because what I didn't want is buses coming in the middle of the night and undocumented immigrants getting off at our local hotels. I thought it should be a conversation with the community.
Penman went on to say infrastructure issues within the county is one of the reasons he's opposed to allowing the migrants to come in.
In Baltimore, there could soon be a fight over the minimum wage for servers and bartenders. Coming up next, here are the concerns for small businesses.
We've got a rainy day ahead. Highs in the 50s this afternoon. When things will dry out, coming up. It's 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. A lot of friends, family coming into town. You know, it's a whole lot of just chaos over the next few days. And it's the smells, the good smells, the bad smells, all those things that happen in the house over the next 5 days.
Good and bad with all those people.
Yes.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at our forecast. And today you can't even go outside to get away from it.
Yeah, at least, well, you can now, but yeah, this afternoon, evening, you're not going to want to be doing that. CPLs, too. That's what I love about this time of year. Chestnut praline lattes. I saw it and I was like, oh, yeah, I got to get me one of those, at least a couple. All right, here's our HD radar. Right now, the rain, well, it's holding off for the moment. We're seeing a few showers in parts of western Maryland. Maryland. Definitely getting a little bit more cloud cover out there. The rain and the moderate to heavy rain is in parts of Columbus on the other side of the Appalachians at this time. We're at 39 in Westminster, 38 in Cockeysville, 40s in Baltimore City right now, 45 in Annapolis at this time. So on your morning drive, we're going to be dry. No issues here this morning with lower 40s. Mr. Bose says we're good to go. It's obviously this afternoon and evening when things will be quite a bit more on the wet side of things. We'll get to the 50s today. We actually bump it up to the 60s tomorrow, and then Thanksgiving is looking great with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. We just got to get through today and the rain that is on the way. And we'll talk about how much rain we're looking at and also how long that sticks around coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing here this morning, the Baltimore City Council is considering some legislation to raise the minimum wage for tipped workers in the city.
Now, it comes after a similar proposal was approved in Washington, D.C. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning to explain why some say the move may hurt those in the service industry. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the statewide minimum wage is scheduled to increase to $15 an hour on January 1st, 2024. But some small business owners here in Baltimore worry increasing the minimum wage for tipped workers will create a challenge.
It's going to put a hurting on a lot of restaurants. The guests will assume that they're getting paid $15 an hour. They will not tip. And in 90% of the situations, that means that that server will be making less than they did before.
Right now, Maryland's tipped wage sits at $3.63 an hour. An event page online titled Bill Introduction for One Fair Wage in Baltimore is scheduled for Wednesday, December 6th, inviting people to join efforts to raise the hourly tipped wage, the state's minimum wage. But right now, there is no agenda item for this on City Council's calendar. The Restaurant Association of Maryland says similar efforts statewide, plus in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, prompted hundreds of tipped workers to speak out. A representative from the Restaurant Association of Maryland says increasing tipped hourly wages could also increase price menus and service charges for customers. And the Employment Policies Institute is also predicting a failed attempt.
They are looking to save their tips, and they're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
The reason they have failed repeatedly is because tipped workers have shown up in opposition to what they're trying to do. And I expect something very similar is going to happen in Baltimore.
Now, Fox 45 News reached out to the council member allegedly drafting this bill, asking for more details on what the proposal will say and also when it will be introduced. But so far, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Also developing now, the City Council is calling for an informational hearing on how Baltimore City Public School System is paying its vendors.
It comes months after one educational vendor, Temple X Schools, claimed the school system owed them tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid bills. The group's founder and activist group Act Now Baltimore called for the city to reevaluate its procurement process.
The goal here is to actually show that we can do problem solving by lifting the people's voices, hearing from them, and presenting something to schools where we can work together.
It's not about our relationship with them. It's about the process of obtaining the funds that's needed to continue the operations that the vendors agree to do.
Baltimore City school system has denied those claims, saying that it paid invoices on time. It's not clear when the council will hold its hearings into this matter.
Turning now to the race for Baltimore City Mayor. Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon is turning up the pressure on Mayor Brandon Scott, as both have now officially launched their campaigns. During an endorsement of Sheila Dixon last week, Councilman Eric Costello said that he had never seen this level of dysfunction within City Hall. Dixon backed up those claims yesterday on Fox 45 News.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, you know, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Fox 45 News has reached out to Mayor Scott for a one-on-one interview, and he has refused our invitations. Last week, he did talk about Costello's comments on WBAL radio, touting his accomplishments.
leadership that's failing the city. It's almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Mayor Scott has faced a few controversies in the past several months, including within the city's flagship gun violence intervention program. In September of 2022, the mayor announced a major shift in oversight and management for safe streets. That left city council members outraged, saying that the Scott administration didn't tell them about the change. They found out through the media.
Mayor Scott also promised to return to weekly recycling pickup by February of next year, but the Department of Public Works now says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and lack of working trash trucks. Last December, remember, Scott raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days later, reports showed a company Grant Finance was awarded $12 million in city contracts.
A recent Goucher poll released in October shows Dixon has a lead over Mayor Scott. She had 39% of voters at the time of their support, compared to 27% for Mayor Scott. 23% of people that were surveyed would support another candidate. Well, last week we asked our viewers who they would vote for in a hypothetical mayoral primary. 92% of those who responded said Sheila Dixon.
This morning, talks of a possible hostage deal in the Middle East, what it would require, plus why U.S. leaders are pushing back on unfounded claims Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Today, we are going to, well, see some rain showers with temperatures in the 50s, how the rain will impact your holiday travels. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local.
Developing now from our live center, there's news of a possible hostage deal as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th week now.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly with how many Israelis could be freed. Shannon.
Yeah, we're talking dozens, guys. 50 to 100 innocent Israelis being held captive by Hamas now could be freed in exchange for a 5-day ceasefire. That is according to 2 sources familiar with these tentative talks. Now, Hamas's leader is telling Reuters just hours ago that they're close to reaching a truce agreement with Israel, but they did not release any other information here. So at the same time, more than 1,200 Americans and their family members are calling on the State Department for help to flee Gaza as Israel intensifies its ground operation there. Reports are flooding in of heavy fighting erupting around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza, and that is where thousands of patients and displaced residents have been sheltering for weeks. The World Health Organization says it is working to evacuate the hospital, but it's a process they say could take weeks. Now, we're taking a live look over Capitol Hill, where National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is acknowledging that there are too many civilians dying in Gaza. However, he is pushing back on unfounded claims that Israel is committing genocide in its ongoing war with Hamas. Listen.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly.
Of course, we'll continue to monitor these new developments, both out of Washington and the Middle East, right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. The number of car thefts in the city continues to rise, why some frustrated residents say the mayor needs to redirect his energy from going after car companies to going after criminals.
Police make a second arrest in connection to the Morgan State University shooting that happened over a month ago. Coming up this morning, a look at the latest suspect and why some are hoping this can bring some closure to campus. It is 5:42 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.545, and yeah, now to your Sports Unlimited news. A rematch. That man right there, last year's Super Bowl ends with the Eagles on top. That's right, Eagles went into Kansas City and beat them. The Chiefs even fumbled, lost that ball, and that's right.
Wow.
She does. When she's there, he plays better.
Crazy. Well, this week we've got a lot of sports programming happening right here on Fox 45.
Starting with the games that you can catch right here Thursday. NFL Sunday will start at 10:30 Thanksgiving morning. That's Thursday. Then 12:30, watch Green Bay Packers head to Detroit to take on the Lions.
For that, on Thanksgiving Day, you can watch college basketball starting at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State face off in California. Then at 6 p.m., you can watch women's college basketball. Tennessee and Indiana going head-to-head in Florida.
Looking ahead to Fridays, here's a look at the games that you can catch right here on Fox 45. First, TCU heads to Oklahoma to take on the Sooners. Kickoff is at noon. College basketball follows. Matchups are not set yet, but it goes until 8:30 that night when college football is back. That's when Oregon State and Oregon go head-to-head.
Turning now to Saturday, starting at 9 a.m., big noon kickoff travels to Michigan as the Wolverines and Buckeyes face off.
This is the second season in a row that the two teams are heading into the regular season matchup as undefeated. BetMGM is saying that the Wolverines are favored to win over the Buckeyes.
It's going to be a good game. You can watch the number 2 and number 3 ranked college teams in the nation face off right here on Fox 45. Saturday kickoff is at noon.
Following that game, stick around to watch Washington Showdown. 4 p.m. Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium, taking on the undefeated Washington Huskies. Then to round out college football on Fox 45, Iowa State and Kansas State kick off at 8 in Kansas.
What it's all about.
This is one of the best weekends in college football because it's all the rivalries.
Yeah.
You've got the Apple Cup, which is what we just talked about, Wazoo
Right.
and Washington. You got the Egg Bowl, from Mississippi State, Mississippi. You got the Civil
Forgot
War.
that was called the Egg Bowl.
Yeah, you got the Civil War, which is Oregon State and Oregon. One of my 6 alma maters. So hopefully we're going to be good with that. Of course, the Iron Bowl. Got Alabama and Auburn. I mean, it's just
all these schools that you went to. Who do you cheer for?
I cheer for a lot.
You eat your leftover turkey and you watch these
Exactly
games.
right.
What you do.
Yeah, and I love it that we got the Packers-Lions game right here on Thursday. So food, football, family, fun, friends, faith, whatever you got. We're going to do it all on, what's that?
Fox 45.
And he skipped one other F word for you.
Friend?
No, 50.
Downtown Baltimore right now, looking out over the Inner Harbor, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Let me tell you, it is already a little on the chilly side right now with our temperatures in the 30s and 40s, and the cloud cover that is out there is making it feel even colder. We definitely have that moisture. We're not really tracking any rain right now, just north of Hagerstown up toward Chambersburg, PA. We did have a little bit of light wintry precip. You can actually see it right there just to the west of Cumberland, that little pink, and that's why we have Garrett and Allegheny counties under winter weather advisories. It goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So if you are traveling west this morning and into the early afternoon, could run into some of that wintry precipitation, may have some slight freezing rain potentially. It's not looking like a big situation, but just be aware if you're heading west, that's what you're going to be running into. Now, west is where we look for our next weather maker, and this area of low pressure sliding up into the Great Lakes. So we're going to see this move from the west to the east as we get into the afternoon and evening today, and that's what's going to bring us all of the rain. The warmer air right there, that's the warm front. So by tonight, we're actually going to get kind of this nose of warmer air that's going to nudge its way in, and that's what's going to bring our temperatures up as we head into the evening tonight. So our high temperatures today are really going to come more likely tonight, not during the day today. Here's our hourly future scan. So about 9 a.m., you're going to start to see a few showers develop. Frederick over to Gaithersburg, down into Laurel. Most of us by midday will get that steady rain that will begin, and we keep that cool or cold rain with us through most of the afternoon. This is about 3, 4 o'clock. Latest model run bringing some moderate rain from Frederick down to Gaithersburg as well in that time frame. But really, it's about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. That's when most of the moderate to heavy rain will begin. You can really see the orange right there. And then look at all these arrows getting all excited here. That's the wind that's going to be picking up ahead of that frontal boundary as it moves in. So we have to deal with the easterly wind and then more kind of a southerly wind later this afternoon and into the evening. Now, in terms of our rainfall totals, a lot of us are going to see areas where we could see close to 2 inches of rain from this situation that's going on here today. So just be aware of that. It's a much needed rain, but obviously could impact whatever you're doing into the afternoon and evening time. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, 40s this morning, make sure they're good to go with the rain gear for this afternoon, because that's when they're going to need the rain coats and the umbrella and all that other good stuff as well. All right, Stuart is a little hesitant about what's going on Thursday. You can see his eyes right there. But either way, our temperatures are looking great. How about 57 on Thursday for Thanksgiving? Black Friday looking good. A little cooler for this weekend. So we do stay dry after we get the rain out of here later tonight. All right, let's get a check of Mark Jones of the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Camden train 841 operating with a 20-minute delay, and Penn train 505, and also Brunswick train 872, both running about 5 minutes late. A long time for travel on those instances. Out there on light rail, nothing in your way. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
I'm Kale Gaskins. Coming up, why critics are going after big city leaders for the way they're tackling the rising crime crisis.
The Canton community shaken up after a mother comes face to face with a group of young people who broke into her home. Why it took police over an hour to respond to that incident. It's 5:51 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. A local. Continuing coverage this morning, the Baltimore Police Department data shows Baltimore has passed 10,000 car thefts this year, 10,600 plus if you add in the carjackings. Amid that surge, the city joined a lawsuit with several other cities against Kia and Hyundai, saying that their software makes it easy for cars to be stolen. Yesterday, the Baltimore City Council unanimously passed a resolution calling on Kia and Hyundai to recall their cars until the software is upgraded.
This comes as a federal court denied an appeal from Kia and Hyundai to have the lawsuit dismissed, saying that the companies created public nuisances by not installing industry standard safety software in their vehicles. Mayor Scott says he remains committed to accountability for all involved, including people who are stealing cars. He says the rise in auto thefts is largely driven by those companies. Residents who spoke with Fox 45 News say the mayor should be focused on going after criminals rather than the companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers.
As residents voice their concerns about crime, voters will have the final say in the upcoming election year.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has more from Washington.
Seattle's traditionally liberal politics shifting toward the center as a wave of new moderate candidates win seats on city council.
People aren't just hoping for change. I think the results make clear that people are demanding it.
Only 3 of 9 council members who led the 2020 Defund the Police movement are on track to return. Recent polling shows the vast majority of voters were not confident with the city's approach to public safety. The winning candidates campaigned heavily on combating crime and on hiring more police officers.
I think Seattle's still very much a progressive town, but voters want actual progress on the issues that matter most to them.
Critics going after the Democratic mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, for her new tough approach to drugs. The new policy requires addicts who want access to financial assistance to be enrolled in treatment before receiving any cash from the local government.
No, it's not always the popular thing to do, and this is not about right or left. This is about, do we want to save lives?
Politico writing, Breed is apparently doubting voters' progressive mood so much she's banking her re-election on a shift to the right. Far-left politicians in San Francisco on shaky ground since voters fed up with rising crime recalled progressive prosecutor Chesa Boudin last year. In Washington, D.C., another Democratic-led city, Mayor Muriel Bowser declaring a public emergency to combat rising youth violence and opioid addiction.
While we understand that we're not going to wrest our way out of this violence, we also know that young people need to have consequences and boundaries.
These politicians responding to public concerns. New polling by Gallup shows 63% of Americans describe the crime problem as either extremely or very serious. That's the highest number ever recorded by Gallup. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Thank you, Kayla. And as she was just mentioning, teen carjackings in Washington, D.C., one of the reasons Mayor Muriel Bowser declared that public emergency on juvenile crime, which will allow the city to beef up its youth violence response.
Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott and some of his challengers on whether a similar strategy should be implemented in Baltimore.
Let's remember, everybody, that D.C. is a city that's governed differently than ours and any other city in the country. Essentially, D.C. is a city and a state at the same time. They control a whole manner of juvenile systems that we don't, because we have the fabulous state of Maryland, like juvenile service, like social service, like CPS. All of those things are not under the preview of the mayor.
It's gotten out of control, and we've waited so long before we started dealing with this sooner, which we should have when we saw a trend. When we saw 5 cars being stolen or 5 carjacks, we should have gotten on it and figured out what we needed to do to stop it.
This is reaching a point now where people in our city feel unsafe.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you feel safe when you're in Baltimore? So far, 99% of those who have voted responded no. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The second suspect in the Morgan State shooting is now in custody. Coming up next, we're learning more about this suspect that's had prior run-ins with the law.
Recent real estate purchases made by one councilman are raising some questions. Straight ahead, the reason that councilman says he didn't disclose the properties. Maryland's largest teacher union suspending thousands of dollars on travel expenses. Still ahead in our next hour, Project Baltimore asks the teacher union how this is helping your child's education.
It's a chilly start to your Tuesday morning, and we're tracking rain showers moving in mid-morning to the afternoon. We'll talk about just how long that rain sticks around and the impacts it could have on you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 6 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, November 21st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders has the day off today, and for many of you, it is food prep day.
It's food prep day, which means most of you will be indoors. Good thing, because meteorologist Justin Chambers says it's kind of like indoor weather today.
Absolutely, especially as we get later into the day today, guys, with some of that heavy rain that's going to be possible by this evening. Taking a look right now at our HD radar, you can see just a few of those light showers are moving into western Maryland. The bulk of that rain still over Columbus and the Ohio River Valley, but more of that rain will continue to move in within the next, I'd say, 2 or 3 hours. Upper 30s and lower 40s right now. Rosedale 38, 39 Essex and Middle River. We're at 43 in Dundalk. Definitely feels colder out there with some of those clouds that are rolling in. Now, the heavy rain at times is what we're talking about for late this afternoon into the evening time. We're drier as soon as tomorrow, so this is really just a Tuesday event that we have to deal with. And your morning drive, no issues, at least weather-wise, will stay in the 40s for the next couple of hours as those clouds roll in. The second half of the commute, as we get to about 9, 10 o'clock, that's when a couple of showers will be potentially impacting you. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take you through what we can expect as we get closer to Thanksgiving later this week.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network, and there's a few incidents that we need to respond to here. The incident at 695's outer loop right before Security Boulevard. One vehicle involved. That's causing your biggest delay. You see that on the top left screen there. It's just shoulder is closed. That's it. You can see the slowdown, though. And it looks like on the bottom here, some other ones. Old Court Road, 695, there's some slowdowns. And then we also have one in Northeast on Route 1 northbound that is shut down. And then there's also one Carroll County on 70. There's another vehicle that is closing down the eastbound lanes, traveling down 70 right there. And so that's over in Carroll County. This morning in a city in crisis, a mother in Canton tells Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teens climbed up on the side of her home, broke in through an upper deck.
She says she saw a body drop down from the roof of her home, and then a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. She barricaded her family and called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
The incident raising questions about Baltimore police response times. A spokesperson for BPD sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday, reading in part, they responded to the scene as quickly as possible. But city residents told us they're still on edge. The city's response to crime has some residents forced to take on their own defense.
This weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who was attempting to steal his car in Southeast Baltimore, holding down the teen until police arrived and arrested that teen. Well, just last week, police sources confirmed a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old were shot by someone when they were attempting to rob at gunpoint.
But victims have not always been able to hold the suspects down. In fact, this summer, you may remember, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap, covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Police experts say a BPD staff shortage is partly to blame, claiming a lack of officers is leading to a slower response time in many incidents. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, police make an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. Police tell us they arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams that you see here last Friday. Last month, authorities also arrested a 17-year-old.
Morgan State leaders are hoping this latest arrest can bring some closure to their campus. Olivia Danz joining us live this morning with what we are learning about this investigation. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Tom, this morning, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting back in October injured 5 people. 4 of the victims were students here. 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now, over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University. Javon Williams had been wanted since June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. In a statement, University President Dr. David Wilson called the arrest great news, saying, quote, "Today the Morgan community can continue to move forward with the comfort of knowing that both shooting suspects have now been captured and taken off the streets," end quote. Since the shooting, the university has been examining how to better secure the campus.
We are an open campus in an urban environment, and we now are making plans, as you heard from the chief, to basically now close that.
Following the model of Johns Hopkins, where you have people walking the streets, the corners, the neighborhoods surrounding that particular area to create a presence. Usually when you have a presence like that, there is a deterrent effect in terms of individuals who are willing to pull out guns.
Mayor Brandon Scott also released a statement saying that this is a sign to everyone that if you come to Baltimore and endanger lives and injure people, you will be held accountable. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours on the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates on this investigation, and you can find all of our reporting on the shooting on foxbaltimore.com.
Also in a city in crisis, the mayor is facing questions about city grants given to an organization run by his pregnant girlfriend. Hannah Pugh runs Be More Empowered, which received $50,000 from the city's Boost program. Mayor Scott sits on the Board of Estimates, and his office would not confirm if he sat out for the decision to award those grants. The mayor isn't the only city leader facing ethics concerns right now.
According to the Baltimore Banner, Councilmember Zeke Cohen revealed that he is working with Open Society Foundations, a group funded by George Soros. Cohen stands by his work. Now, Fox 45 News is looking into recent real estate purchases that Councilman Robert Stokes made. Shannon Lilly joining us live here in studio with a look at the controversy. Shannon.
Well, right now, Megan, Councilman Robert Stokes here, he is defending himself and the actions he did or didn't take after that purchase he made last year. He bought 2 vacant homes from the city in 2022, but he didn't disclose the properties on his ethics disclosure. So we set out to find out why. The homes are in the Oliver community and are now under the ownership of an LLC Stokes has a 49% ownership of. That company is North and Broadway Aquo LLC, which is listed on Stokes' 2022 ethics disclosure. But the 2 vacant homes Stokes bought for $18,000 total, well, they are missing from that disclosure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says these disclosure forms are key for transparency. And keep in mind, elected leaders are required to disclose any work business they may have on the side outside of holding office.
A big concern that I have is property ownership. There is a huge question of conflict of interest as to how much they're paying for it, their involvement in development companies, and just how much they're going to profit from these properties.
Now, in a text message, Councilman Stokes says he did not omit anything from his 2022 disclosures. Rather, there was nothing to report because he didn't close on the homes until February of this year. And the Ethics Board says that whenever a property is sold and finalized, that's the year that someone should disclose them on their ethics filings. Now, Councilman Stokes says he does intend to disclose these 2 properties on his upcoming ethics disclosure forms, which are due in January. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. And this brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders prioritizing themselves or citizens? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 97% of anyone who has responded says themselves. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the Pulse tab. Baltimore City Council is considering raising the minimum wage for tipped workers. Why some say that move may hurt those in the service industry.
Statewide, our temperatures are in the 30s and 40s to kick off your Tuesday morning. We're tracking the rain showers that are going to be impacting us later today and this evening. We'll talk about it coming up.
Developing this morning, 2 people are hurt after a shooting in West Baltimore.
This happened just before 9 o'clock last night at the intersection of North Monroe Street and Walbrook Avenue. Police say a 33-year-old and a 50-year-old man were shot. Their conditions unclear right now. Anyone with information is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers.
Maryland Capitol Police Department enhancing its security across the state. Still ahead, the new 4-legged defenders that are keeping the state safe.
And discover the secrets to stress-free air travel. After the break, the flying etiquette tips that could make your flight a smoother journey. It's 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. With millions of Americans taking to the road, to the rails, to the sky this Thanksgiving, the TSA says people flying out of BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport should prepare for the busy holiday travel.
Along with travel experts across the industry, we anticipate that this will be the busiest travel period in several years. Airline and passenger traffic have grown, reaching levels not seen since the pandemic.
So how many are we talking? Well, more than 964,000 Marylanders are expected to hit the roads this week.
And it's no secret air travel can test your patience, but as unpleasant as it can be, following some basic common sense rules can lessen the stress. Consumer Reports unpacks the do's and don'ts of flying etiquette that could make your next trip and everyone else's more pleasant. Flight delays, long security checks, and jam-packed planes make it flying difficult enough. And then add in rude, inconsiderate passengers, and it's a recipe for disaster.
They should behave the same way they would visit somebody's home.
But being courteous can mean different things to different people.
One time I did see someone giving themselves a manicure, and that was a little too far for me.
To clear the air, Consumer Reports consulted with flight attendants and etiquette experts to come up with the essential guide of unspoken rules. To begin, middle seat passengers should have access to both armrests.
It's the only real estate they own, so let them get the consolation prize.
What about reclining? You certainly have the right to, but before you do,
make sure you're not unduly inconveniencing the person behind you who may be tall. You can also politely ask them if it's okay okay if you recline.
Airline staff also says, remember that you are sharing a confined space with others, and that means do not hoard the overhead bins. Wear your headphones when you're using your devices. Avoid unpacking anything smelly like some pungent food, meaning no tuna or egg salad sandwiches. And they beg, definitely keep your shoes on.
Mistakes.
What if a person wants to switch seats, or if someone is kicking your chair?
It's okay to ask them politely to stop. And it's also okay to say no to switching a seat, especially if there's a reason you chose it, like it's a window and you want to sleep. But be flexible if you're being asked for an even trade, like an aisle seat for your aisle seat, just one row back.
Above all,
it doesn't do any good to get upset or angry, and the more relaxed you are, the better your flight's going to be.
A good rule for many situations in the air and on the ground. Now, if disruptions do occur, someone gets angry or aggressive, Consumer Reports says it's best not to take matters into your own hands. Tell a flight attendant who's actually trained to handle those kinds of situations.
Trending this morning, the Maryland Department of General Services is adding 2 new K-9 officers.
They'll be working with the Maryland Capitol Police Explosive Detection K-9 unit.
So let's take a look at them. Oh, my goodness. We've got Max, the yellow Labrador there, and then Frost is the unit's first female black Labrador on the right there. The Maryland Capitol Police now has a total of 6 K-9 officers. Max and Frost are going to be stationed both in Annapolis and the Baltimore locations. They're ready to work. Look at those faces.
Oh, yeah. A Maryland lottery player in Catonsville is waking up a millionaire, all thanks to a scratch-off win. 5 other players hit 6-digit prizes around Maryland. In all, 30 Maryland lottery tickets worth more than $10,000 were sold and redeemed in the last 7 days. The lottery paid nearly $28 million in prize money.
Now, that's something to be thankful for.
It is. Oh, yeah.
Have to get our lotto tickets for our trivia games for Thursday. So we're going to stick it in the jar full of Guess the M&Ms.
Oh, is this your family's doing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And guess the M&Ms, and then you get lotto tickets as well if you can guess the M&Ms. Actual retail number without going over. We're going Prices Right stuff.
I love
it. All right.
That's how I have to.
So wait a minute. So you count them all beforehand?
Yeah, we already touched them all. We touched every single one.
Every one. So they're not edible, really.
No, I mean, we washed our hands.
Have enough eggnog and they're fine.
I mean, it's M&Ms and melt in your mouth, not in your hands, right? All right, good morning to all of you. Our Towson camera, kind of a cool shot here. Let me step out and let you take this thing in full high definition from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Got some clouds and a little bit of that morning glow. Now, we will not see much of the sun today at all. We may get a little peek at it here in about 30 minutes when it officially comes up. But right now, our HD radar, pretty quiet. We have a couple of light showers here and there as you look out toward Hagerstown. Also seeing a few of those light showers starting to move a little bit closer to Cumberland. But notice that pink that is up in parts of southern PA has kind of changed over to all green. So even though we still have winter weather advisories for Garrett and Allegheny counties, we're not really seeing that wintry precip, but the potential exists, which is why that is going until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We also have a coastal flood warning. This is for Anne Arundel County. So down in Annapolis around the docks, could see some inundation with that water coming in, especially at high tide later tonight. So be aware of that if you live in Annapolis or in Anne Arundel County. Here's a look at our HD radar. This is the next weather maker, and you can see this thing setting up, this area of low pressure, the cold front to the south, the warm front out ahead of that. All of that is going to be tracking from west to east over the next 12 hours or so. And this is the thing that's going to be impacting folks up and down the East Coast. You can see through the kind of eastern 2/3 of the country, all of us getting in on some of this rain for today. Thankfully, it's not a big winter weather maker because a lot of the airports can deal with rain and wind a lot better than when you get snow and ice. And this is what we're going to see as we get into Tuesday evening, that warm front right there as that low slides a little bit farther to the north. We're going to see the warmer air for this evening. So it's going to be one of those weird days where our high temperatures are actually going to come probably about 10, 11 o'clock this evening, not in the afternoon. Here's a look at our hourly futures scan. By the way, that's called non-diurnally. So if you had diurnal, which is, daily, that's typically when we can get the daytime highs in the afternoon. And then we get it at nighttime, it's going to be a different type of a thing. So, all right, see, I got all sciencey and now I'm off track. So our hourly futures scan. This is Tuesday at about noontime. Notice the steady rain that is going to be with us. The easterly wind is picking up. Most of the moderate rain won't come in until about 4 or 5 o'clock tonight. And then the heavier rain is expected between about 8 and 10 10 o'clock this evening. That's when that wind shifts from more of an easterly wind, and you can see it right there. That's the southerly wind, so that's that warmer air, which is why we're going to see those highs come later into the evening tonight. In terms of rainfall totals, this will be a good drought-busting rain. Some of us getting close to potentially 2 inches of rainfall once we get through today and even into early tomorrow morning. So much needed rain. The flooding potential is low. However, we could have some isolated pockets of some of the ponding on some of the roadways, especially as we get out tomorrow morning. Have to watch for that. But good news is tomorrow afternoon, we're actually going to see breezy conditions and temps that'll be warmer. We're going to get to the lower 60s on Wednesday. That's going to be not a bad travel day for the most part. And then on Thursday for Thanksgiving, we're looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. Overall, very nice conditions on Thursday morning, afternoon, hanging out with the family and friends and all the food. And then this weekend, it's a little bit colder, but temperatures, but we do stay dry as well. All right, let's get an update on mass transit now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got Penn Train 511 with a 5-minute delay, along with Camden 845, and Penn Train 400 presently running about 10 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail keeping to the schedule, no delays or difficulties there, and Metro on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
This morning, talks of a possible hostage deal in the Middle East. What it would require, plus why U.S. leaders are pushing back on unfounded claims Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Baltimore City mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon ramping up the pressure on her opponent, Brandon Scott. What Mayor Scott is saying about his accomplishments as mayor. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local. Seven 6:26. NASA is capturing the heart of the Milky Way.
Ooh, take a look at this breathtaking image of the galaxy from NASA's James Webb Space Telescope. It shows the Milky Way in never before seen detail. Look how beautiful. Webb Telescope could provide insights into how many stars form the Milky Way. The Space Telescope Science Institute is the mission's operations center for the telescope, and it's based right here in Baltimore, actually just down the street from where we are.
NASA isn't the only one exploring the cosmos. A SpaceX rocket is lighting the night sky over California. The agency's Falcon 9 rocket launched from Vandenberg Space Force Space Base yesterday, carrying 22 Starlink V2 mini internet satellites. Satellites were deployed into low Earth orbit.
Space base. That's difficult. Make sure to grab an umbrella. This is gorgeous right now, but we are expecting some heavy rain by evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when that's going to start to dry out.
In Baltimore, there could soon be a fight over the minimum wage for servers and bartenders. Coming up next, hear the concerns for small businesses. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. It's Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it's going to be a cold, wet one.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with more.
Yeah, rain showers are going to be moving in the next couple of hours, guys. And right now we look outside, a little bit of that morning glow as that sun comes up in about 25 minutes or so from right now, just before 7 o'clock, your official sunrise. So this is about their only chance to check out that sun because more of those clouds are rolling in and the rain as well. Already seen that pick up a little bit there in Cumberland, in western Maryland. When you zoom out a little bit farther, you can see the bulk of that rain is still well to the west of us, but will continue to develop as we get into the later part of the morning and especially into the afternoon today. So on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. 40s here for the next few hours, staying mostly cloudy but dry. And then your afternoon and evening commute, that's when that wet weather rolls in. We'll get to the 50s today. Actually, will be a little bit warmer on Wednesday. Some of us sliding in to the lower 60s, and Thanksgiving looks great with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. So we just got to get through today with that wet weather on the way. We'll track it for you a little bit more in detail coming up in just a few minutes. All right, so any issues out there right now, Tom?
Let's take a look at your Lens Stoller Traffic Network. There were some major issues earlier. Now, the main issue is that the 695's outer loop right near Security Boulevard, the inner loop right there's a collision. The outer loop and inner loop impacted by it, but the outer loop is where the accident really is now, and that's causing some delays if you're heading along the outer loop here. And everyone else is fine. There's one in Northeast that just says a rising sun that just closed in both directions. Cecil County, one vehicle involved, and it's shutting down both directions of 276. It's right off of Route 1. Developing this morning, Baltimore City Council is considering legislation to raise minimum wage for tipped workers in the city.
It comes after a similar proposal was approved in D.C.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning to explain why some say this move may actually hurt those in the service industry. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, the statewide minimum wage is increasing to $15 an hour on January 1st, 2024. But some small business owners here in Baltimore worry that increasing the minimum wage for tipped workers will create a challenge.
It's going to put a hurting on a lot of restaurants. The guests will assume that they're getting paid $15 an hour. They will not tip. And in 90% of the situations, that means that that server will be making less than they did before.
Right now, Maryland's tipped wage sits at $3.63 an hour. An event page online titled Bill Introduction for One Fair Wage in Baltimore is scheduled for Wednesday, December 6th, inviting people to join efforts to raise the hourly tipped wage to the state's minimum wage. But right now, there's no agenda item for this on City Council's calendar. The Restaurant Association of Maryland says similar efforts statewide, plus in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, prompted hundreds of tipped workers to speak out. A representative from the Restaurant Association of Maryland says increasing tipped hourly wages could also increase price menus and service charges for customers. The Employment Policies Institute is also predicting a failed attempt.
They are looking to save their tips, and they're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being, they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
The reason they have failed repeatedly is because tipped workers have shown up in opposition to what they're trying to do. And I expect something very similar is going to happen in Baltimore.
Now, Fox 45 News reached out to the council member allegedly drafting this bill for more details on what the proposal will say and when it's being introduced. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Also developing now, the City Council is calling for an informational hearing on how the Baltimore City public school system is paying vendors.
Now, it comes months after one educational vendor, Temple X Schools, claimed the school system owed them tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid bills. The group's founder and activist group, Act Now Baltimore, called for the city to reevaluate its procurement process.
The goal here is to actually show that we can do problem solving by lifting the people's voices, hearing from them, and presenting something to schools where we can work together.
It's not about our relationship with them. It's about the process of obtaining the funds that's needed to continue the operations that the vendors agree to do.
Well, the Baltimore City school system has denied those claims, saying it paid invoices on time. It's not clear when the council will hold its hearing into the matter.
6:35 and turning now to the race for Baltimore City Mayor. Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon turning up the pressure on Mayor Brandon Scott, as both have now officially launched their campaigns. During an endorsement of Sheila Dixon last week, Councilman Eric Costello said he had never seen this level of dysfunction within City Hall. Dixon backed up those claims yesterday on Fox 45 News.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, you know, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Well, Fox 45 News has reached out to Mayor Scott for a one-on-one interview. He has refused our invitations, but last week, he did talk about Costello's comments on WBAL radio touting his accomplishments.
Leadership that's failing the city is almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
A recent Goucher poll released in October shows Dixon has a lead over Mayor Scott. She had 39% of voters at the time. Their support compared to 27% for Mayor Scott. 23% of people would support another candidate. Last week, we asked our viewers who they would vote for in a hypothetical mayoral primary. 92% of those who responded said Sheila Dixon. Developing now from our live center, there's news of a possible hostage deal as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th week.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in our live center with how many Israelis could be freed. Shannon.
Yeah, we're talking dozens, guys. 50 to 100 innocent Israelis being held captive right now by Hamas could be freed in exchange for a 5-day ceasefire. And that is according to 2 sources familiar with these tentative deal talks. Now, Hamas's leader is telling Reuters just hours ago here that they're close to reaching a truce agreement with Israel, but they did not release any further information. At the same time, more than 1,200 Americans and their family members, they're calling on the State Department for help to flee Gaza as Israel intensifies its ground operation there. Reports are flooding in of heavy fighting erupting around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza. Now, that's where thousands of patients and displaced residents have been sheltering for weeks. The World Health Organization says it is working to evacuate the hospital, but it's a process they say could take weeks. Now to a live look over Capitol Hill, where National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is acknowledging that there are too many civilians dying in Gaza. However, he is pushing back on unfounded claims that Israel is committing genocide in its ongoing war with Hamas.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly.
Of course, we'll continue to monitor these new developments out of both Washington and the Middle East right here from our live center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. The second suspect in the Morgan State shooting has been arrested. Why the suspect's crimes go far beyond the Morgan State campus.
And a deadly crash in Prince George's County kills 2 children on their walk to school. Still ahead, the concerns now among parents for their children's safety.
Highs will be in the 50s with some rain showers this afternoon. Still ahead, how your holiday travel forecast is shaping up. 6:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
What a way to start the day with this brilliant sunrise and clouds in Garden City Beach, South Carolina. Monday rounded out a couple of mornings with frost and fog in Carter, Virginia, ahead of winds and much-needed rainfall. And a uniquely cloudy day off California's Central Coast recently, a sighting of rare asperitas clouds that resemble dramatic rippling waves.
Listen to Off the Radar, new episodes every Tuesday.
All right, we're just about 18 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. Kind of a cool shot here with our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We got the sun out there that is slowly rising, and we're starting to see some of that nice little morning glow. But more of that cloud cover will be with us as these rain showers continue to move closer to us heading into the later part of the morning and especially into the afternoon. Make sure you have the rain jacket and the umbrella, rain gear ready to go. Put the sunglasses away for today, but don't worry, we'll be able to get them back out as we get closer to Turkey Day. So 53 today. Now look at this. Our temps tonight will drop to the lower 50s, not very much from what we're going to see this afternoon. And then we're actually going to rise to the 60s by tomorrow. We'll take a look at what we can expect for this weekend ahead in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. The law firm representing Rachel Morin's family is taking a new approach to finding her killer. How they hope California high schools can get involved.
The U.S. dealing with an unprecedented wave of car theft. Still ahead, the new city that is joining Baltimore in the multi-city lawsuit to seek damages from Hyundai and Kia. 6:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.45 and in your morning rush, College Park's former mayor Patrick Wuhan is now sentenced to 30 years in prison after pleading guilty to more than 60 counts of distributing child pornography and more than 40 counts of possession of child pornography. The law firm representing Rachel Morin's family is asking Los Angeles area high schools to hand out flyers with her suspect's killer's picture on it. Police say DNA from the scene of Morin's killing is linked to a crime in L.A. where a suspect is captured on security camera footage during an apparent break-in and assault.
More than a month after 5 people were shot on Morgan State University's campus, police make another arrest in connection to that shooting. 18-year-old Jovan Williams, that you see right here, is now the second suspect to be arrested in connection to this mass shooting. Last month, a 17-year-old was detained. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live. Olivia, what can you tell us about the suspect?
Well, Megan, that's right. This morning, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting back in October injured 5 people. 4 of the victims were students here. Now, 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now, over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Chauvin Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University. Now, Chauvin Williams had been wanted since June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear from the university president, who hopes to make campus here more secure. Megan and Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Olivia.
What a beautiful sunrise right there behind her. We want to see how our forecast is shaping up today.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at not only another great shot right there at the Inner Harbor, but you're also talking about how that's going to change and maybe mess up some travel plans.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. We're talking about the rain showers that are going to be rolling in. And let me just tell you, I've become a Maryland wimp since I've moved here, because yesterday we were out there trying to play golf at Bully Rock, and it was not fun. The clouds come in. It's a different cold here. I mean, I've lived in Colorado, obviously grew up in Vegas. Like, the dry air is different than the moist air. I don't know what it is. Maybe you can feel that too, but I don't know. I stepped outside and it cut right through my bones. So either way, our HD radar, we're not talking about much in the way of actual rain yet. We will be seeing this rain move in, especially as we head into the later part of the morning. A few light showers south of Cumberland down through Winchester. Overall, though, we do have that winter weather advisory for Garrett and Allegheny counties, and we do also have a coastal flood warning for Anne Arundel County. This is for tonight, where we could see some inundation from the high tide and that water that is going to be coming up near the dock. So just be aware of that there in Anne Arundel. Here's our HD radar, and the rain showers and that area of low pressure moving up toward the Great Lakes region right now. That rain extends down through the Mid-South and down into the Carolinas as well. What's going to happen is that low is going to track to the north and pull all of this moisture along with it for the ride. So this is as we get into Tuesday afternoon. Most of the East Coast will stay on the wet side of things, and only we're talking a lot of rain for most of us. You can see a few snow showers well to the north and the northeast, so could see some of the colder temperatures there, but it's really that warmer air that is going to move in ahead of the cold front, and that's actually going to keep our temperatures warmer as we head into the overnight hours. So this is our hourly future scan. About 9 o'clock this morning, you'll start to see a couple of light showers develop from west to east. The easterly wind stays with us for today, and that cold rain will be with us with the steady rain showers starting through the middle part of the day and into the early afternoon. About 3, 4 o'clock, more of that steady rain with us. Now, as we get to about 8, 9 o'clock tonight, we're expected to see more of that heavier rain. Wind is going to pick up too. We're talking about low-level wind shear, so not a good day to fly today, pilots, for sure. We're going to be talking about IFR anyway, so a lot of that rain that's around. And then as we get into the 10 o'clock hour tonight, that's when we're expecting the heaviest rain to move through, and also some of the warmer temperatures as well. Rainfall totals, well, it's been a while since we've seen some pretty significant rain like this. Most of us going to be close to 2 inches of rain once this thing is all said and done through tomorrow morning. So that will be that much needed rain. However, we could have some minor issues with some ponding on the roadways. Overall, though, not a widespread flooding event. Lower 40s next hour for the kids. Beep, beep, as you get them out to the bus stop, and make sure they have the rain gear ready to go, because when you pick them up, that's when it's going to be raining this afternoon. And here's your 7-day forecast. Looking ahead to tomorrow, breezy but warmer. How about 62 on Wednesday? Actually not too bad on Thursday, mid to upper 50s, as Stewart's a little bit, I think he's maybe worried, maybe a little anxious. And then you can see on Friday and Saturday, our temperatures are going to come down. So it will be cool, but we do stay dry this weekend.
6:50, and in your Sports Unlimited coverage, longtime Orioles closer Zach Britton is retiring after 12 seasons in Major League Baseball. Britton spent the first 7 years of his career with the O's and was a 2-time All-Star. He led baseball with 47 saves in 2016, finished 4th in Cy Young voting.
Well, the Ravens' focus will now shift to the LA Chargers this week. After a serious injury to tight end Mark Andrews during Thursday's game, Coach John Harbaugh is optimistic now about his recovery.
But it wasn't as bad as it could have been. It's a little cleaner than they thought, based on the MRI. He's going to be involved with Dr. Anderson down there in Carolina, Charlotte here next few days, and that we'll know more, but there might be an outside chance he could get back at some point in time. So,
Chargers game will be the second primetime game in a row for the Ravens, kicking off Sunday night at 8:20. Embark on a magical journey to the Holiday Train Garden. Still ahead, the best time that you can visit the Fire Museum of Maryland.
And deck the halls and elevate your winter decor. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Learn how you can make your own holiday wreath.
Oh, I like that. Contemplating that while we have a little caffeine.
Yeah, walking around the trains too, you know.
Very nice.
Not bad, yeah. A little coffee break right $6.50. Oh, look at this. Great way to start off your, if you're off today, or maybe you have a quick day today, kids, or if you're in Anne Arundel and you don't have any school this week. Nice, yeah. Take your time and find a place where you can get ready for Thanksgiving and just take a live look over the Canton waterfront, where we'll see some rain today and highs will reach into the 50s.
But what can we expect the weather to be like for Turkey Day? Stick with Fox 45 Morning News. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will have much more on your Thanksgiving Day forecast that's coming up, but wanted to share that beautiful shot there this morning.
I think Kia was trying to save money, you know, and in doing so, they've caused a lot of people some headaches because.
And more people in Syracuse waking up to find their cars gone.
Local police say the number of stolen cars has shot up and is approaching 1,000. Often car owners won't get the chance to drive them again, even if they are recovered.
Connor White with our Sinclair sister station in Syracuse has more on this story.
When Mark Howland pulls his Kia SUV into the driveway, he has a new routine. Never leaving the driver's seat without securing a wheel lock club. He bought it right after someone stole his other Kia from this driveway over the summer.
It was in great shape. It only had 15,000 miles on it.
It was worse for wear when Syracuse police found it, a reality for many car theft victims, with more than 900 cars stolen just this year, a 65% increase. Mark says that officers told him that his car was used in 4 burglaries, and when police tracked it down, the kids inside jumped out while it was moving and it crashed. There's a dent in the front, and Mark says police ripped up the back seat after finding a live round. It also reeked of marijuana, so they didn't want the car back, even though that wasn't an option.
At the end of 2 weeks, they totaled it, they paid it off. We got a little bit of money for it.
Mark says their insurance paid off what they still owed on the car, declaring it functionally totaled. Police found it 5 days later.
We've always had Kias, but, you know, I'll never buy them again.
It's become a common problem for owners of Kias and Hyundais. Thefts of those kinds of cars are up 500% compared to last year. The city of Syracuse now joining a multi-city lawsuit against the car manufacturers, accusing them of not installing the anti-theft technology that exists in other car brands.
You know, I think Kia was trying to save money, you know, and in doing so, they've caused a lot of people some headaches because of that, and money.
Mark says it was easy getting the software upgrade, but he still hasn't seen a cent from Kia for the wheel lock. In Syracuse, I'm Connor White.
Now in Baltimore Police Department's data shows the city has already passed 10,000 car thefts. And if you add in carjacking, we're above 10,600 so far this year. And amid that surge, Baltimore joined a lawsuit with several other cities against Kia and Hyundai. Now they're saying that their software makes it easy for cars to be stolen. Yesterday, Baltimore City Council unanimously passing a resolution calling on Kia and Hyundai to recall their cars until the software is upgraded.
Well, this comes as a federal court denied an appeal from Kia and Hyundai to have the lawsuit dismissed. They say the companies created public nuisances by not installing industry standard safety software in their cars. Mayor Scott says he remains committed to accountability for all involved, including those stealing cars. He maintains that the rise in auto thefts is largely driven by those companies. But residents are telling us the mayor should focus and be focused more on going after criminals than companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of theft.
They're catering to the children. They're catering to the lawbreakers. There's enough of this going on that the families, the community, the laws, the mayor need to do something.
Now, if you have a stolen car story or know someone who's been impacted by the spike in auto thefts, we want to hear about it. Scan the QR codes you see right there on your screen and tell us what happened, or you can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com.
The second suspect in the Morgan State shooting is now in custody. Coming up next, we're learning more about this suspect that's had prior run-ins with the law.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible.
A brazen burglary in Canton, with police taking over an hour to respond. One mother tells Fox 45 about the terrifying moment she came face to face with her home intruder.
And our temperatures are on the cool side right now. We're tracking rain showers rolling in for your Tuesday. How it could impact your Thanksgiving holiday coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 7 o'clock on this Tuesday morning, November 21st. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is off this morning. And I feel like it's the Thanksgiving Eve. It's
right.
Grocery store day, right?
It is grocery store day. Start prepping the food, right? Put it in the backup fridge maybe, and then we're getting after it Thursday.
Here we go. And we've got some rain that could dampen some of this stuff. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with our forecast.
And liquor store day, too. You got to make sure all the guests are taken care of.
Do you see Wednesday was always pizza night because nobody wants to cook the night before Thanksgiving. And now they're saying bar night. It's like one of the biggest bar nights.
It's Brown Wednesday. No, I've heard of that. When
I came home from college, we'd always go out on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Here we go.
All right. Well, let's take a look at what's going on for today. It will be an inside day once you get your stuff done this morning. We are seeing that sun that is peeking out right now over the eastern shore, our downtown Baltimore camera. Overall, not too bad. Our temperatures are still in the 30s and 40s. You can see those on the right side of your screen. A couple of light showers being picked up there in Carroll County. And then as you look out toward the west, we are seeing some more showers in Martinsburg out through Cumberland. But it's all just rain showers at this time. We're not getting any of that wintry precipitation, even though we have that winter weather advisory. And we get the radar moving here in just a moment. It's a little sluggish today because it hasn't had its second cup of coffee. 30 your temp right now in Oakland, 40 in Cumberland and Hagerstown, 39 in Westminster. We're in the 40s for Baltimore down through Annapolis. So rain showers moving in. We could see some heavy rain at times, especially late this afternoon into the evening time. But the good news is we're drier by Wednesday. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
7:01, we want to take a quick look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. A live look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Volume is picking up this morning, but no major issues in these cameras to report. This morning in a city in crisis, police make an arrest in connection to the mass shooting that happened on Morgan State's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. Police are now telling us they arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams last Friday. Last month, authorities also arrested a 17-year-old.
Morgan State leaders are hoping this latest arrest can bring some closure to campus. We have Olivia Dance joining us live with what we're learning about the investigation. Olivia.
Well, Megan, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting injured 5 people and 4 of the victims were students. 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University. Javon Williams had been wanted since June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. In a statement, University President Dr. David Wilson called the arrest great news, saying, quote, "Today the Morgan community can continue to move forward with the comfort of knowing that both shooting suspects have now been captured and taken off the streets." Since the shooting, the university has been examining how to better secure their campus.
We are an open campus in an urban environment, and we now are making plans, as you heard from the chief, to basically now close that.
Following the model of Johns Hopkins, where you have people walking the streets, the corners, the neighborhoods surrounding that particular area to create a presence. Usually when you have a presence like that, there is a deterrent effect in terms of individuals who are willing to pull out guns.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott also released a statement saying this is a sign to everyone that if you come to Baltimore and endanger lives and injure people, you will be held accountable. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Shortly after the 17-year-old's arrest last month, Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on juvenile crime in Baltimore. The mayor criticized the Department of Juvenile Services, calling it a broken system.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Again, that was more than a month ago. The mayor has not specified what changes he'd like to see. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours on the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates on this investigation. You can find all of our reporting on the shooting at foxbaltimore.com.
A mother in Canton tells Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teens climbed up the side of her home, broke in through an upper deck. She says she saw a body drop down from the roof of her home, and then a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. She barricaded her family and called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
This incident now raising questions about BPD's response times. A spokesperson for BPD sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday, reading in part, quote, "They responded to the scene as quickly as possible, but city residents tell us that they're still on edge." The city's response to crime has some residents forced to take their own defense.
Now, this weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who was attempting to steal his car in southeast Baltimore, holding down that teen until police were able to arrive and arrest the teen. Just last week, police sources confirming a 13 and a 14-year-old were shot by someone when they were attempting to rob them at gunpoint.
But victims have not always been able to hold down those suspects. This summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breath laying in my lap. covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're, going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Police experts say a BPD staff shortage is partly to blame, claiming a lack of officers is leading to a slower response time in many incidents.
Well, elsewhere in the city in crisis, the mayor is facing questions about city grants given to the organization that is run by his pregnant girlfriend. Hannah Pugh runs Be More Empowered, which received $50,000 from the city's Boost program. Mayor Scott sits on the Board of Estimates, and his office would not confirm if he sat out for the decision to award those grants. The mayor isn't the only city leader facing ethic concerns right now.
According to the Baltimore Banner, Councilmember Zeke Cohen revealed that he is working with Open Society Foundations, a group funded by George Soros. And now Fox 45 News is looking into recent real estate purchases that Councilman Robert Stokes made.
Well, right now, there are still unanswered questions about a purchase Councilman Robert Stokes made last year in 2022. He bought 2 vacant homes from the city, but he didn't disclose the properties on his ethics disclosure, and we want to know why. The homes are in the Oliver community and now under ownership of the LLC Stokes, and he has 49% ownership of that company. North and Broadway Aqua LLC is also listed on Stokes' 2022 ethics disclosure, but the 2 vacant homes Stokes bought for about $18,000 are missing from that disclosure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says these disclosure forms are key for transparency, and elected leaders are required to disclose any work business they may have on the side outside of holding office.
A big concern that I have is property ownership. There is a huge question of conflict of interest as to how much they're paying for it, their involvement in development companies, and just how much they're going to profit from these properties.
In a text message, Councilman Stokes says that he did not omit anything from his 2022 disclosures. Rather, there was nothing to report because he didn't close on the homes until February of this year. Well, the Ethics Board says that whenever a property is sold and finalized, that's the year that someone should disclose them on their ethics filings. Councilman Stokes says he does intend to disclose these 2 properties on his upcoming ethics disclosure forms, which are due in January.
7:08 coming up with 7:09 this morning. We need to find out when the rain will be coming through your neighborhood.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that for us today.
Yeah, seeing some of those light rain showers in parts of our area. We'll put that radar into motion now. You can see just moving through the northern edge of Carroll County, north of Taneytown up into west of Manheim. We pull out a little bit farther here and move over toward the west, where we're just seeing rain. Martinsburg, West Virginia, south of Hagerstown, out to Cumberland. Checked out some of the cameras out there, the MDOT cams, and not much happening at this time, even though we do have the winter weather advisories for Garrett and Allegheny counties at this time. Notice there's actually some pink there in central PA. So if you're going north on 83 up toward Lancaster and Harrisburg, you may run into some of that wet weather and some potential icy conditions up there with that kind of wintry mix. So on your morning drive around here, our temperatures will stay in the 40s for the next couple of hours. Mostly cloudy skies, a few showers in the back end of our commute. And overall, our temperatures, well, they're going to do some weird things today. We'll talk about what they're going to do and how much rain we're looking at as well, coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. As we look right here, it looks like we're tracking the distance from the top of the JFX down to President Street. That stretch looking pretty good. 9 minutes, clocking speeds of 56 miles per hour. Developing now from our live center, there is news of a possible hostage deal as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th week.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly in the live center with how many Israelis could be freed. Shannon?
Well, we're talking dozens, guys. 50 to 100 innocent Israelis being held captive right now by Hamas could be freed in exchange for a 5-day ceasefire, and that is according to 2 sources familiar with these tentative deal talks. Now, Hamas's leader telling Reuters just hours ago that they are close to reaching a truce agreement with Israel, but they did not release any other information. At the same time, though, more than 1,200 Americans and their family members, they are calling on the State Department for help help to flee Gaza as Israel intensifies its ground operation there. Reports are flooding in of heavy fighting erupting around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza. And that is where thousands of patients and displaced residents have been sheltering for weeks. Now, the World Health Organization says it is working to evacuate that hospital, but it's a process they say could take weeks. Meanwhile, now to a live look over Capitol Hill, where National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is acknowledging that there are too many civilians dying in Gaza. However, he is pushing back on unfounded claims that Israel is committing genocide in its ongoing war with Hamas.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly.
Of course, we will continue to monitor these new developments, both out of Washington and the Middle East, right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines at this hour. Every parent's worst nightmare. After the break, we'll have a live report from Prince George's County on that horrific crash that ended up killing 2 students as they were walking to school.
Let's face it, these travel expenses, they're just a drop in the bucket.
Maryland's largest teachers union spending millions of dollars, but not on students. Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore is following the money and why some critics say it's being misused. It is 7:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
"7:15, and this morning we are expecting to learn more about 2 children, a 5- and 10-year-old, who were killed just outside an elementary school in Prince George's County.
Joy Wang from our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is joining us live near Riverdale Elementary. Joy, good morning.
What led up to the crash is still under investigation, and police have not said whether any charges will be filed. But as you mentioned, we are expecting an update from Prince George's County Police later on this morning in just a couple of hours. Right now behind me, though, you are seeing one of two memorials just outside of Riverdale Elementary School. The candles are still burning. We're also seeing flowers, someone dropping off even more here at this memorial just a few minutes ago. And of course, we're seeing those stuffed animals and balloons as well. Take a listen now to what parents had to say about the incident yesterday.
I was crying because it's just a baby, excuse me. It was just a baby that, I have a 5-year-old and I don't want nothing to happen to my kid. And I know the pain of his dad.
Dozens of children and members of the school community witnessed the moment a 5-year-old boy and 10-year-old girl were hit by a passenger van. Several parents actually telling 7 News that the driver herself was bringing children to the school and told people she accidentally hit the gas instead of the brake. That version of events not confirmed. We're also told the children were in a crosswalk heading to school. Both the superintendent of schools and county executives have sent out statements offering condolences.
Tearful, very tearful, very how anybody would process death or a loss or a friend getting hurt. Out of this world to think that this could happen right now.
The news conference is set for 9 o'clock this morning. We're actually heading to that area for that news conference. For any updates, stick with us both on air and online. Live in Prince George's County, Joy Wang, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Joy.
Heartbreaking. All right, 7:17 here. We need to get a check of our forecast here as we get up and head out.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the rain that's headed our way.
Yep, we are tracking the rain showers, guys, later this morning and into the afternoon as well. Downtown Baltimore, Cameron, you see those clouds that are out there with the sun that is now up. We're not going to see much of the sun at all today as the rain will continue to move in. We're already seeing that here in parts of western Maryland. Just a few light showers and not getting any of the wintry weather, at least here in Maryland, even though we still have winter weather advisories posted for Garrett and Allegheny counties, and those will go until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So just be aware of that if you are traveling west to western parts of our state. Here's our HD radar right now. That area of low pressure moving up toward the Great Lakes. You can see the warmer air to the south with that cold front that is draped right across the mid-south. And all of that warmer air is going to surge out ahead of this next weather maker. Excuse me. So this low is kind of the engine that's driving it. That's pulling up into the Great Lakes region. That means most of us along the East Coast will see those rain showers develop into the later part of the afternoon and especially later tonight. Mainly going to be rain, so it's not a big winter weather system that is going to impact all of the travelers who are trying to get out today. It's just that rain that still is going to have at least some impact. You'll have to deal with that as you're heading out. On our hourly future scan by 9 a.m., couple of light showers, and then that steady rain is going to go right through midday today. Notice that easterly wind that will be with us as we head into the afternoon. And then as we get into the 4 and 5 o'clock hour, couple of light showers, that steady rain continuing. The moderate rain will start about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, and then really the heaviest rain expected between about 10 and 11 p.m. on Tuesday. So this is while a lot of us are already sleeping. But notice that wind is the easterly in the easterly direction coming from the east and then turning more southerly out ahead of that cold front. So that's the warmer air that's going to kind of nudge its way into our region. That's why our high temps are really coming later into the afternoon and evening tonight. These are some of your updated rainfall totals, and check this out. We actually have seen this kind of climb into the 2-inch category here for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Columbia and Laurel. So a good, much-needed rain. Hopefully it will put out all those wildfires going on there in Virginia and all of the issues that we've had with the drought situation that has been continuing as well. So 40s this hour for the kids as they get out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Lower 50s by noontime, and keeping those lower 50s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Definitely a rainy afternoon, so make sure the kids have the appropriate rain gear. Upper 40s and lower 50s across central Maryland for Carroll and Baltimore counties. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you're also going to see those low to mid 50s for your highs today. And our friends in the Eastern Shore, Chestertown, Centerville down through Easton, low to mid 50s, right about 54 in Chester for this afternoon. We're actually going to be warmer tomorrow. The rain moves out of here, a bit breezy at times, but again dry. And then as we head toward Turkey, hopefully the Turkey Day. Hopefully the turkey's not dry. That's what I was trying to say. On Thursday, we'll see those temperatures in the mid to upper 50s, and then keeping the 50s around Friday with a little cooler conditions on the way for Saturday and Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at the Len Stoller traffic network. And there's no issues to report on these camera shots. There are two incidents actually in Northeast, one on Pulaski Highway and another one right near Route 1. It shut down 276 in both directions. So 3 vehicles involved in those 2 incidents. But when you're looking here across the Bay Bridge traffic and anything that may be going on, no issues to report. It looks like it's wide open for you. So we've got some great traffic if you're heading across the Bay Bridge now. Here's a live look now, actually, from our traffic photojournalist, and he's cruising along the 695's outer loop, right heading towards Pikesville. So, and wipers are on, so rain is starting a little bit there.
This week, we have a lot of sports programming happening right here on Fox 45.
Yeah, starting with the games that you can catch right here Thursday. NFL Sunday will be starting at 10:30 Thursday, Thanksgiving morning. And then at 12:30, you can watch Green Bay Packers head to Detroit, take on the Lions.
And after that, on Thanksgiving Day, you can watch college basketball starting at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State face off in California. Then at 6 p.m., you can watch women's college basketball. We got Tennessee and Indiana going head-to-head in Florida.
And looking ahead to Friday, look at this right here. Here's a look at the games that you can catch right on Fox 45. First, TCU heading to Oklahoma and take on the Sooners. Kickoff is at noon. College basketball follows with matchups. They're not set yet, but it goes until 8:30 that night when college football then comes back. That's when Oregon State and Oregon go head-to-head.
And turning now to Saturday, starting at 9 a.m., big noon kickoff, traveling to Michigan as the Wolverines and Buckeyes face off.
And this is the second season in a row the two teams are heading into the regular season matchup as undefeated. BetMGM is saying that the Wolverines are favored to win over the Buckeyes. Our director is whispering in our ears as we speak about who
As a
he
Penn
chooses.
Stater, I say Buckeyes. I
Yeah.
think they're the better team here. Then you can watch the number 2 and number 3 ranked college teams, by the way, in the nation facing off right here on Fox 45 Saturday. Again, that game kickoff is at noon.
Following that game, stick around and watch Washington Showdown. From 4 o'clock, Washington State Cougars head to Husky Stadium and take on the undefeated Washington Huskies. And then round out your college football on Fox 45 because look at this. Iowa State, Kansas State kickoff is at 8 in Kansas.
Well, the Baltimore City Council looking at changing the minimum wage, the proposed wage, and who it affects. Ahead, it is 7:23. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning. Turning now to new details in Harford County. The law firm representing Rachel Morin's family is asking Los Angeles area high schools to hand out flyers with her suspected killer's picture on it. Police say DNA from the scene of Morin's killing is linked to a crime in LA where the suspect is captured on a security camera footage during an apparent break-in and assault. Local law enforcement insists that the case has not gone cold and that the Morin family attorney says they aren't giving up.
This has not been as prevalent in California as it has been in Maryland. We decided we're going to go straight to the doorsteps of the individuals that live around the house in Los Angeles County where the crime occurred back in March.
Now, the family's legal team also created a digital campaign to help Spanish-speaking residents become more familiar with this case. The reward for information leading to an arrest is now $30,000.
Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, heavy rain heading this way. Stick around to learn when you'll need to avoid those showers with our meteorologist, Justin Chambers.
And an investigation into how Maryland's largest teachers union spends your tax money, where over $500,000 is going. That's coming up after the break. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a cold start, and it looks like it's going to be a wet afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and you noticed on our traffic photojournalist, they had the windshield wipers on the car.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I think Tom did.
Yeah, he said it on the air.
Yeah, exactly. And we have a couple of sprinkles here and there as we take you outside right now, looking out from our harbor camera. A lot of cloud cover that is out there. And overall on the radar, yeah, we're not seeing much. You can actually see that right there. The green is not really around us so far so much. It's in western Maryland where we're seeing some of those rain showers at this time. Some of those rain showers trying to change over to a little wintry mix west of Cumberland, but especially to the north. Notice that pink that's right there in central Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. So once you go north on 83, you are going to run into some of that, and then more of that wet weather will continue to move in over the next few hours. So 30s and 40s statewide right now as you step out. We're dry here for the next hour or two, but really that rain's going to start rolling through late morning into the early afternoon. So if you do want to get your run or your jog in outside before the rain, I'd go ahead and get that going now. Back with our full forecast. We'll talk about that in a few minutes.
Developing this morning, the Baltimore City Council is considering legislation to raise minimum wage for tipped workers in the city.
Now, it comes after a similar proposal was approved in Washington, D.C. Olivia Dance joining us live to explain why some say the move may actually hurt those in the service industry. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Megan, the statewide minimum wage is scheduled to increase to $15 an hour on January 1st, 2024. But some small business owners here in Baltimore worry that increasing the minimum wage for tipped workers will create a challenge.
It's going to put a hurting on a lot of restaurants. The guests will assume that they're getting paid $15 an hour. They will not tip. And in 90% of the situations, that means that that server will be making less than they did before.
Right now, Maryland's tipped wage sits at $3.63 an hour. An event page online titled Bill Introduction for One Fair Wage in Baltimore is scheduled for Wednesday, December 6th, inviting people to join efforts to raise the hourly tipped wage, the state's minimum wage. But right now, there's no agenda item for this on City Council's calendar. The Restaurant Association of Maryland says similar efforts statewide, plus in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, prompted hundreds of tipped workers to speak out. A representative from the Restaurant Association of Maryland says increasing tipped hourly wages could also increase price menus and service charges for customers. Also, the Employment Policies Institute is also predicting a failed attempt.
They are looking to save their tips, and they're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
The reason they have failed repeatedly is because tipped workers have shown up in opposition to what they're trying to do. And I expect something very similar is going to happen in Baltimore.
FOX 45 News reached out to the council member allegedly drafting this bill for more details on what the proposal will say and when it's being introduced. But so far, we haven't heard back yet. We're now reporting live in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, FOX 45 Morning News.
More eye-opening findings coming out of Project Baltimore's investigation into how Maryland's largest teachers union is spending its money that typically starts as your tax dollars.
Chris Papps has found the Maryland State Education Association has spent millions of dollars in recent years on just one thing.
For years, we have heard the same message from many public officials.
We made the largest investment in public education by any governor in our state's history.
That Maryland public schools need more money.
To help empower educators have the resources they need to focus on learning and student success.
But a Project Baltimore investigation found, while many say schools don't have enough money, the state's largest teachers union seems to have plenty. According to its federal nonprofit filings last year, the Maryland State Education Association spent $509,000 just on travel expenses. And that amount does not include conferences, conventions, and meetings, which was another $35,000.
There is no justification to spend $500,000 a year on travel. The receipts need to be provided.
David Williams is with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance.
And this money is going to the unions. It's not ultimately getting to the kids. And the stated purpose of the union is to help the children.
In the last 10 years, the union has spent a lot on travel. In fact, $509,000 is on the low end. In 2013, the union spent $543,000 on travel expenses. By 2016, that number topped $1.1 million on just traveling in 2016. During the COVID years, the numbers did come down, but the union still managed to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on travel as schools were shut down. In all, over the last decade, the union spent nearly $6.5 million on travel expenses. That comes out to an average of more than $53,000 a month, every month, for 10 straight years. How does that fulfill the union's tax-exempt mission to elevate the quality of education for students? All of that travel is in addition to what Project Baltimore has been reporting over the past week, that MSEA revenues and assets have hit record levels. At least 11 union employees made more than $200,000 last year in compensation. And this is happening as test scores in our state are steadily declining.
Teachers are always complaining that they don't have enough supplies. The union could take millions of dollars that they have and buy supplies for the teachers to make the kids have a better educational experience. The unions are failing the kids, they're failing the state.
Maryland's legislature in 2021 passed the largest education spending increase in state history. The blueprint for Maryland's future had strong support from the teachers union. Union President Cheryl Bost was even appointed to the blueprint's Accountability and Implementation Board.
Provide more for our students, more career technology education, teacher salaries, support for those students who are living in concentrated poverty.
The blueprint pumps billions of additional tax dollars into public education, but many county leaders are saying they can't afford to pay for it.
Yeah.
Harford County Executive Bob Cassilly told Fox 45, unless the law is revised, either taxes will have to go up or other services will be cut.
It threatens to really derail our county's finances.
And as many local counties say, they don't have enough money to implement the plan. The teachers union is spending on average $53,000 a month on travel, while amassing a record-setting $45 million in assets.
Let's face it, these travel expenses, they're just a drop in the bucket. They just sort of epitomize what that this union structure has always been about, this union structure, not about teachers, not about students, not about the quality of education.
Project Baltimore, over the past few weeks, has repeatedly reached out to the union and its top officials. We have specifically asked how spending millions of dollars on travel helps students, but the union appears to be ignoring us. We have not received any reply, but we'll keep trying. I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Straight ahead, falling homicide numbers, yet Baltimore City residents still worried about their safety, the violent incidents and the mayor's attempt to shift the public's perception on crime.
And cooler weather today, but we've got rain on the way as well. How it could impact the all-important Thanksgiving travel plans. It is 7:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
What is your time right now?
Yeah, it's 7:41, and we want to get another check with the forecast.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers busy tracking some rain.
Yep, that's right. We're looking at our HD radar right now. Some of those showers are in western Maryland at this time, and we're seeing a couple of light showers here and there. That rain is really not going to be moving in until we get into about the 9 and 10 o'clock hour. Go ahead and grab the rain jacket and the umbrella. You will need it today. Not really a need for the sunglasses, even though we saw that sun peak up for just a little bit. And you can see on our 3 TCAS, we're only going to get to the 50s today. We don't drop much tonight. We're actually going to be warmer tomorrow once we get this rain out of here, and potentially up into the lower 60s. Back with your full forecast coming up.
All right, well, I'm getting something out of the freezer right now. We've got... All right, well, maybe not, yeah. We got some flavors here. It's from 31 flavors, but I think this is adding about 8 or 9 of them. We actually have them right here on the desk here. Thanksgiving flavored ice cream in studio. You just saw the picture there, a live taste test, and our impressions.
It actually smells good. We're going to try
really?
it. I think it smells good.
Doesn't make anybody feel good to see someone walking down the street and see that they, they may or may not match a description of people that are going around committing crime. We want everyone to feel welcome, but at the same time, crimes like this, threaten that neighborly attitude.
Yeah, Baltimore City's homicide and shooting numbers, they are down compared to last year and should remain below 300 murders for the first time in 9 years. However, many residents are telling us at Fox 45 they don't feel safe, and they point to out-of-control youth contributing to a huge spike in robberies and car thefts. Well, joining us this morning, crisis leadership expert with Falston Group, Rob Weinhold. Thank you so much for coming in.
My pleasure. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We hear all these stories. We keep getting different ones. Just yesterday, a lady telling us in Canton that it took an hour before the police showed up. We're hearing about people saying, I need to defend myself because police response is slow. This perception of not feeling safe, even though the mayor is saying, look, the numbers are down. I promise you I get them down. They're finally coming down. How does he change the perception on the feel safe?
Well, crime and the fear of crime, a very, very big issue. And if you think about fear, why it's important is it drives behavior, fear of judgment, fear of lack, fear of losing your life, right? And so people make their decisions where they live, where they send their kids to school, where they work. where they spend their discretionary time and money. And so there's a real impact to the city of Baltimore, and frankly, anywhere there's a high crime rate. And so in the law enforcement circles, typically it's thought of that fear of crime lags generally a year to 5 years behind crime itself. So you could have a downward turn, but people are still afraid. And I guess the best analogy for that is, shark attacks, right? If you go to the beach and there's a shark attack 1 week, the next week, the third week, everybody's scared, and they're scared for a long period of time. So there's a lag that everybody needs to think about, and you need to address the fear because it's critically important to the quality of life and the community feel that a jurisdiction has.
10,600 cars were stolen or carjacked in the city so far this year. We still have the month of December. That statistic alone is driving people to say, okay, well, I don't even want to have a car ownership or drive into the city and park my car.
We talk about homicides being 20% down, and that's a data point and a positive data point, and it's a good trend to keep an eye on, but it is a moment in time, right? But these other crimes you're talking about, car thefts, carjackings, look, car thefts are a big problem. They lead to people driving fast, causing accidents, killing other people, killing themselves, and then carjackings, of course, where many times there's a weapon involved and people get shot and killed. And so while people are fixed on this homicide rate, and it's a really important data point for a lot of different reasons, all of the other crimes are important, whether it's a violent crime, property crime, or whatever, because it rolls up into quality of life. And if people are scared to be outside after dark or speak to their neighbors or work in the city or live in the city, there's a real economic impact for not just Baltimore City, but the state of Maryland.
We also heard the mayor, though, says that, this is a 5-year plan. So he's finally reaching some of the goals that he ran on the homicide. You're saying, though, the statistics show that it's going to take about 5 more years before, even if this crime statistics stay the same, for people to start feeling safe.
Well, the body of research would show that it could take a year to 5 years for sure, because people still fear that something negative is going to happen to them. But you have to go ahead and produce results, right? And that's the decrease in crime. It has to be communicated. And then what happens when people are fearful? The way they get over that is to, number one, understand what the situation is and what the real results happen to be, and also create some action and do something about it, right? So if you're fearful, you need to take action to reduce and mitigate that fear, knowing, of course, that potentially the area is safe. So an interesting dynamic, but critically important to the quality of life in this city and the state.
From the Falston Group, Rob Lightenhold, always great to have you in. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Now we want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at that forecast for us.
Yeah, guys, talking about the rain that is going to be rolling in. Already seeing a couple of sprinkles here and there on our Towson camera right now. The cloud cover is definitely here. So that little brief spot of sunshine that we saw pretty much done for now. On our HD radar, picking up a few light showers down toward D.C. So if you're heading south toward the district this morning, could be running into that. Most of us here are dry at this time, but notice this big green area. That's Anne Arundel County, and we've got a coastal flood warning for you. This goes until tomorrow afternoon, where we could see some of the low levels with water inundation, especially around high tide later tonight. So just be aware of that around Annapolis, Greenhaven, Parole, all those places down there as well for you in Anne Arundel. Now, our HD radar, as we go a little bit farther to the west, Hagerstown down into Martinsburg, we're seeing some more of those moderate light showers as well. And as we look outside here from our HD radar, you can see kind of a wider view showing us we are still seeing a little bit of that precipitation in parts of western Maryland at this time, but it's not really of the wintry variety. Now, there is some to the north of us, especially in parts of central Pennsylvania at this time. This is all part of our next weather maker, that area of low pressure tracking into the Great Lakes region right there. We've got the cooler air out ahead of this, but notice that warm front right there through the Carolinas. That is that warmer air that is going to be moving in ahead of that cold front. So we actually will have our warmest temperatures by this evening and into the overnight hours, not necessarily during the day-to-day. All of us along the East Coast getting hit with this rain today and into the afternoon and evening. So this is a travel day for some. We know tomorrow's an even bigger travel day. The good news is most of this will be all done and out of here by the time we get into Wednesday. So for this morning, next couple of hours, couple of light showers moving into that 10 o'clock hour, the steady rain through midday today, and then off and on showers will be most of the afternoon, basically seeing that rain that stays with us through the evening tonight. By about 6, 7 o'clock this evening, notice those areas in yellow That's where we could see more of that moderate rain. And then that heavier rain that's coming after about 9 o'clock tonight. Watch what happens as we go forward right here. We have that line of that kind of orange or that red for Cockeysville and Columbia down through Laurel. That's when we'll see the best chance for the heavy rain moving through, and could pick up a good 1 to possibly even 2 inches of rain for some of us. Some of these weather models are coming in a little bit more on the heavier side in terms of that rainfall. Eastern Shore, about 1.5 inches to close to 2 inches as well for you. So overall, if you're heading out here in the next couple of hours, our temps are going to be on the cooler side. We'll see those lower 50s here into the noon hour and eventually into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. But as I mentioned, the warmest temperatures will actually come later tonight. Tomorrow, we're actually going to see breezy conditions. A little bit drier, but temperatures are getting to the lower 60s. And then Thanksgiving looks actually pretty nice. We've got plenty of sunshine, a bit breezy at times, and temps in the upper 50s. Then we'll be cooler but dry for the weekend.
All right, thank you, Justin. Coming up a little later on this morning, how to decorate your own holiday wreath. We have an expert who's going to share it with us, the best tips on how to do it to make it look like the professionals.
And we've got our Thanksgiving feast in an ice cream cup. We've got a live taste test of the new flavor coming up after the break.
You're excited to try it? I'm not.
You're not?
No.
I think it's going to be good. Maybe if you put a little bit of that in some coffee.
Oh, that'd be perfect. Yeah, for a coffee break. Let's enjoy one of those.
Would that be good?
$7:55 and trending this morning, unique dessert for your Thanksgiving dinner. Baskin-Robbins created a special new ice cream flavor.
What do you think it is? Well, it's called Turkey Day Fixins, and it's a combination of some sides that you look forward to on Thanksgiving. We got sweet potato, we got autumn spices, swirls of cranberry sauce, and pieces of honey cornbread. all in one scoop. I was way more optimistic when I heard the description. I thought it was going to be turkey and stuffing.
That's what I thought too.
Right.
Yeah.
So early predictions. What do we think? You going to like it?
I just saw the chunks and that threw me off, but then you're saying it's cornbread. Okay,
it
ready?
It smells good. It smells like pumpkin to me.
It's good. It's good. It's weird that it's cold. It tastes like the sweet potato casseroles that you have that you didn't heat up again.
Wait a minute, you like
I don't know
ambrosia.
about that aftertaste.
I do like ambrosia, so you should not take anything that I say for credit.
Are you a fan?
I don't like the aftertaste.
No. I don't either. The aftertaste
The beginning
is
tastes
different.
like pumpkin, but then
Right,
yeah.
and then it quickly changes. How about you?
Same with her. Yeah, pumpkin first, but aftertaste is not good.
Not sure. Not sure what was after that.
Okay.
Well, Megan, you've got a lot of ice cream to eat.
Happy holidays. The cranberry helps.
It's good.
The cranberry helps.
I want some warm soup today. That's what I want to do as we take a look outside. We're showing you the cloud cover that's there. Rainy day ahead with those temperatures that are going to stay chilly. We'll break down your forecast coming up.
And with their fire museum this morning, now believe it or not, there was a time when every little boy wanted a train garden. Look at this train garden. Now, this is special. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
We are putting you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
A second suspect in the Morgan State mass shooting has been arrested. What we're learning about his criminal background.
Plus, a city councilman put under the microscope. Why his purchase of 2 vacant homes is raising red flags.
And we are tracking heavy threats of rain as we inch closer to Thanksgiving. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and the wicked weather that may end up impacting your holiday travel plans.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 8 o'clock, and yeah, we're taking you to the Inner Harbor, Towson, the Bay Bridge this morning, area that could experience plenty of delays later this week when drivers start hitting the roads for Thanksgiving travel.
But traffic won't be the only reason that travelers could be experiencing some headaches when getting to their destination. Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is tracking our next weather maker and if it's going to impact your holiday travel plans.
Thank you for waking up with us on this November 21st. I'm Tom Rogers. Patrice Sanders has a day off.
I'm Megan Gillen, feeling like we just had Thanksgiving dinner a little bit ago.
Maybe. In fact, let's find out. Meteorologist, you have two things to figure out here. The rain that's coming our way, not too wicked, but there's some rain headed our way. And then what about the ice cream? Was that good or was that wicked?
I think it was okay. You know, I just wasn't a huge fan of it, but you know, it's all good. Hey, each their own. You can enjoy whatever you'd like. And today going to be an inside day for doing whatever you got to do inside. Get ready for Thanksgiving coming up on Thursday or whatever plans you have this week. I have a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now. Really not tracking a lot of rain, at least in Baltimore City or County. You can see on our HD radar, a couple of light showers here and there have kind of rolled through. There are a few more showers down toward D.C. So as you're heading south from Baltimore down into the district, you'll run into some of those rain showers. Also out west is where we're seeing some of these showers develop, and a little bit of that pink right there on the left side of your screen in parts of Garrett County. So we could see a little bit of a change over there just west of Cumberland, where we still have that winter weather advisory. But more of those rain showers continue to the west of us, and that's going to continue to move closer in as we head into the next few hours. So yeah, you can see in your out and about cast, this is probably the last dry hour of the day as more of that rain will roll through and temperatures will stay on the chilly side, 40s and 50s for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. This morning in a city in crisis, a mother in Canton tells Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teens climbed up to the side of her home and broke in through the upper deck. She says she saw a body dropping down from the roof of her home, and then a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. She barricaded herself and her family and called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
Well, the incident raising questions about BPD's response times. A spokesperson for the police department sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday, reading in part, they've responded to the scene as quickly as possible. But city residents telling us here at Fox 45 they're still on edge.
Police making an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. Police tell us they arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams last Friday. Last month, authorities also arrested a 17-year-old.
Morgan State leaders are hoping this latest arrest can bring some closure to the campus, and Olivia Dance is joining us live on campus with what we're learning about this investigation. Olivia.
Well, Tom, that's right. This morning, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting back in October injured 5 people. 4 of the victims were students. Now, 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now, over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University here. Now, Javon Williams had been wanted since back in June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. In a statement, University President Dr. David Wilson called the arrest great news, saying, quote, today the Morgan community can continue to move forward with the comfort of knowing that both shooting suspects have now been captured and taken off the streets, end quote. Since the shooting, the university has been examining how to better secure their campus.
We are an open campus in an urban environment, and we now are making plans, as you heard from the chief, to basically now close that.
Following the model of Johns Hopkins, where you have people walking the streets, the corners, the neighborhoods surrounding that particular area to create a presence. Usually when you have a presence like that, there is a deterrent effect in terms of individuals who are willing to pull out guns.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott also released a statement saying this is a sign to everyone that if you come to Baltimore and endanger lives and injure people, you will be held accountable. For now, reporting live outside Morgan State University, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours on the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates on this investigation, and you can find all of our reporting on the shooting at foxbaltimore.com. According to the Baltimore Banner, Councilmember Zeke Cohen revealed that he is working with Open Society Foundations, a group funded and founded by George Soros. Cohen stands by his work. And now Fox 45 News is looking into recent real estate purchases that Councilman Robert Stokes made. Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with a look at the controversy. Shannon.
Yeah, so right now, Megan, Councilman Robert Stokes here, he is defending himself and the actions he did or didn't take after that purchase he made last year. He bought two vacant homes from the city in 2022, but he didn't disclose the properties on his ethics disclosure. So we set out to find out why. The homes are in the Oliver community and are now under the ownership of an LLC Stokes has a 49% ownership of. That company is North and Broadway Aquo LLC, which is listed on Stokes' 2022 ethics disclosure. But the two vacant homes Stokes bought for $18,000 total are missing from that disclosure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says these disclosure forms are key for transparency. And keep in mind, elected leaders are required to disclose any work business they may have on the side outside of holding office.
A big concern that I have is property ownership. There is a huge question of conflict of interest as to how much they're paying for it, their involvement in development companies, and just how much they're going to profit from these properties.
Now, in a text message, Councilman Stokes says he did not omit anything from his 2022 disclosures. Rather, there was nothing to report because he didn't close on the homes until February of this year. And the Ethics Board says that whenever a property is sold and finalized, that's the year that someone should disclose them on their ethics filings. Councilman Stokes says he does intend to disclose these two properties on his upcoming ethics disclosure forms, which are due in January. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders prioritizing themselves or citizens? So far, as you see on the bottom of your screen right there, 95% of those who have voted choose themselves. You can make your voice heard right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the polls tab.
Baltimore City restaurant workers could soon have minimum wage increases. Topping our next half hour, why some workers are pushing back on the proposal.
Holiday travel season, it's here. Traffic on the roads and the skies comes with its own challenges. After the break, how the White House is monitoring this busy travel rush.
Tracking the rain showers moving in the next couple of hours, and we're going to have a rainy and cool day today. We'll talk about how long this rain sticks around coming up.
And before we go to break, let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network. We're seeing some issues elsewhere, but on these cameras that we see right now, just a little bit of volume out there. It's 8:08 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Thanksgiving kicking off what is expected to be a very busy holiday travel season, and the White House keeping a close eye on the rush.
Yeah, in fact, taking a look at some of the areas around here, you see 95 northbound right now backed up for about 8 to 9 miles. This is north of White Marsh. This is what you're going to experience, and it's the construction zone slowing you down. No accidents there, but look at that slow traffic. My goodness.
And
if any issues arise, obviously the Department of Transportation, this administration will be on top of it. Hard to kind of surmise what that's going to look like. But as you said, we've taken this seriously, and we've taken actions to work closely with airlines.
It comes after last year's holiday travel season was marked by widespread cancellations. Transportation Security Administration predicts more than 30 million passengers will be passing through airport security between this past Friday and Tuesday of next week. TSA notes the 3 busiest travel days, typically Tuesday and Wednesday prior to Thanksgiving, and then the Sunday afterward.
Maryland's teachers union is spending tens of thousands of dollars a month on travel. Fox 45 News Project Baltimore questions if this spending is helping to improve your child's education.
But first, one partnership has helped Mayor Brandon Scott reduce homicides by 20%. Coming up after the break, a law enforcement expert weighs in on the driving force behind this change. 8:13 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning.
I love them both dearly. Their cases are made by police officers that work for Brandon Scott, the mayor of Baltimore City. We direct. The arrests are done by us. All the enforcement is done by us.
Mayor Brandon Scott touting this year's drop in murders and responding to claims there that the reduction can be attributed to the partnership between City State's Attorney Ivan Bates and U.S. Attorney for Maryland Eric Barron. Since that partnership began, homicides are down 20%, non-fatal shootings down 9%. This morning, law enforcement expert Mari Richards joining us live to weigh in on the driving force behind this change. Mari, good morning.
Morning, Megan.
You just heard the mayor there clearly saying that he is to credit for this, that this is the Mayor Brandon Scott administration that is responsible for the arrests that are made. What is your reaction as a law enforcement expert?
Well, the truth is that Mayor Scott's policies have had zero impact on reducing homicides and shootings. The real difference is Ivan Bates, and Scott's just trying to steal the credit. I'd say in 10 months, Ivan Bates has done more to decrease that type of crime than Marilyn Mosby did in 8 years. And he's built a real partnership with the U.S. Attorney, Eric Barr. So now they're focusing on gangs, drugs, guns, and really making an impact. The other side of the coin is, the reality is that Scott's policies have really increased other crime.
Let me ask you this, Mari. That partnership does appear to be working there. Mayor Scott, meantime, had promised to reduce homicides by 15% each year of his term. We know while the city could meet that goal this year, Baltimore surpassed 300 homicides each of his first 2 years. When we look at those numbers here, Mari, does it take time to reduce homicides in a city in crisis like this?
Well, it does take time. There's other factors as well. Last year was the highest rate of homicides in Baltimore's history. So, things naturally come down. Even during Marilyn Mosby's disastrous tenure, there were fluctuations. But if you look at the robberies, carjackings, car thefts, those increases are all directly related to Mayor Scott. BPD is 700 officers short. There's no visibility, very little proactive policing, and response times. There was just a home invasion in progress. It took the police an hour to get there because there's just not enough cops on the street.
And that's a concern.
And that goes to Brandon Scott.
Well, Mari, we appreciate you weighing in on the mayor and this partnership as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan.
8:19 is the time, and we need to find out exactly when the rain will be coming through the neighborhoods.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at their full Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, some of that rain already starting to move in, guys, as we take a look outside. We still have that cloud cover. Most of us are dry for now, but we'll put that radar into motion in a second and show you exactly what's going on. Wind has already picked up out of the east-northeast, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. Temperatures are hanging in the mid-40s, so it definitely feels chilly out there, and you can kind of feel that wetness. Gaithersburg down through Silver Spring and D.C., we're seeing some of those showers. So as you head south from Baltimore this morning, even just on the western edges of Anne Arundel County, starting to get some of those showers up toward Frederick as well. We do have this green area in Anne Arundel County, and this is a coastal flood warning. This means we could have some areas that will have water inundated in some of the low-lying areas, especially at high tide later tonight. So around the docks there in Annapolis, just be aware of that. Meanwhile, our winter weather, that started to develop a little bit. You can see a little bit of that pink in the radar just to the west of Cumberland, out toward parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. And that's where we have the winter weather advisory. It goes until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So again, some of those areas could see some light freezing rain. We're also seeing that pink there, that wintry mix north of us in parts of central PA. And then most of us are really waiting for that heavier rain to start to develop as we get into the next couple of hours. So it's all kind of being powered by this low pressure system. It looks like a little man walking, doesn't it? This L, and then he's got the little legs and he's kind of standing out there. Well, that's kind of what's going to be taking place. That low is going to be tracking from west to east over the next couple of hours. It has the cold front associated with it down to the south, and then that warm front out ahead of it. So we're going to stay colder through the day today. Then as we get into tonight, that warmer air starts to nudge its way to the north, and actually our high temperatures will be realized this evening as opposed to this afternoon, and even a little bit warmer for tomorrow. The hourly future scan in your neighborhood, this is about 10 o'clock this morning. That's when some of those showers move into the 83 and 95 corridor. And keeping that steady rain through most of the day today, with that easterly wind, we'll see some pockets of moderate rain in the 4 and 5 o'clock hour. And then most of the heavy rain expected to come in later tonight. We're talking about 9 p.m. Watch what happens 10, 11 o'clock. Most of the models are hanging on to that line of heavier rain showers that's going to move right through the area while a lot of us are sleeping for tonight. So going to wake up with some of those wet roads to deal with on your Wednesday, which is a big travel day. But maybe traveling today, we're talking about 1 to possibly 2 inches of rain area wide throughout central Maryland. Much needed, considering the drought situation that we are now in, with the fact that we just haven't had really much measurable rain in the last, I'd say, 6 or 8 weeks. Now, looking ahead to our 7-day forecast, breezy, dry.
I believe that was Mark Clark. We'll be checking in with him, and he was hanging out with some trains. So we're going to be checking in with Mark Clark here in just a little bit. Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network here, and the big slowdown that you're seeing right here is 95 northbound from White Marsh to Joppa. Look at that red right there, and it's this construction zone that is making the traffic just miserable. If you're having 95 north, may want to try and take maybe either the Pulaski Highway on 40 or Route 1 and then get back on 95. A local lottery player waking up a millionaire. Well, after taxes, almost, but still. And just how many other players hit for 6-digit prizes all around the state.
And the holidays are a great time to check out the Fire Museum and, of course, the wonderful Train Garden. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
All aboard. A classic Christmas tradition is chugging back into the Fire Museum.
Mark Clark live in the Fire Museum in Lutherville right now with how they are chugging along these holidays. Mark.
That's right. I've been hanging out with Amy. Let me say something. Amy Landry knows everything you need to know about the trains. It's your time, right? The holiday season.
You bet.
The Fire Museum. I mean, tell us about everything that's offered here. It's amazing.
Well, I hear the sound of trains behind me. That's the sound of the holidays here at the Fire Museum. But our Fire Museum has had a train garden. We've been going since the mid-1980s. It's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. I used to take my kids here when they were little, and they ain't so little anymore. So I mean, we open on Saturday at 10 a.m., 10 to 4, and the train garden is included with your admission to the museum, which of course gives you the whole museum and all our wonderful fire engines, and our kids' discovery room, which is a great play area for everybody. And this year it's really cool. We're going to have extended hours over the holidays. We have some Sunday hours. Our Sunday hours are noon to 4. So Saturdays 10 to 4, Sundays noon to 4. Check it out on the website, firemuseummd.org, nonprofit, we're .org.
I love it, Amy. And you know, so much rich history. You know, again, every morning we're somewhere in Baltimore, and there's so much rich history in this building, and it's perfect. So families, come check this out. It's a nice snapshot of history. There's so much great information and a fun time for the family.
And they always add new things, and I feel like every time you go and you see something that was there that you didn't see before.
It's amazing. All right, thank you, Mark. We'll be checking back in with you in a little bit. If you'd like to go check out the Fire Museum's train stations there, our information is on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Longtime Oriole great Zach Britton calling it quits after 12 seasons in the MLB. Still to come, we're going to take a look at some of his career achievements.
Highs will be in the 50s with some rain and some showers coming through this afternoon. Still ahead, how your holiday travel forecast is shaping up as you're taking a live look on the right there of the train museum. Zoomed in. Nice job, directors. Great shot. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
In Baltimore, there could soon be a fight over the minimum wage for servers and bartenders. Coming up next, here are the concerns for small businesses.
And this morning, talks of a possible hostage deal in the Middle East, what it would require, plus why U.S. leaders are pushing back on unfounded claims Israel is committing genocide in Gaza.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for being here on this Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we know rain is headed our way.
rain, but it's much needed rain, right?
It is, yeah. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us. And yeah, Thanksgiving, a lot of people traveling today, really a lot more tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly right. And we'll be thankful for the rain, just as Shannon mentioned, because we're in a pretty significant drought situation here. Already seeing that rain that is rolling in to D.C., just coming up the 95 or the 295. And you're seeing that rain that's going to move into your neighborhood shortly. So the dry weather pretty much done, and it's going to stay wet for at least the next 12 to 14 hours as that steady rain will be with us throughout most of the day. Temperature-wise, 30s in western Maryland, right about 38 in Cumberland. We are seeing a little bit of a wintry mix out into parts of western Maryland right now. 41 in Westminster. We're at 44 in Baltimore City and 45 in Annapolis. So those rain showers moving in. Could see some heavy rain at times later today, but then we are drier as soon as tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that forecast, including what we can expect on Turkey Day coming up.
Thank you, Justin. Developing this morning, Baltimore City Council considering legislation to raise minimum wage for tipped workers within the city.
Now, it comes after a similar proposal was approved in D.C. Olivia Dance joins us live to explain why some say the move may actually hurt those in the service industry. Olivia.
Well, Shannon, the statewide minimum wage is scheduled to increase to $15 an hour on January 1st, 2024. But some small business owners here in Baltimore worry that increasing the minimum wage for tipped workers will create a challenge.
It's going to put a hurting on a lot of restaurants. The guests will assume that they're getting paid $15 an hour. They will not tip. And in 90% of the situations, that means that that server will be making less than they did before.
Right now, Maryland's tipped wage sits at $3.63 an hour. An event page online titled Bill Introduction for One Fair Wage in Baltimore is scheduled for Wednesday, December 6th, inviting people to join efforts to raise the hourly tipped wage, the state's minimum wage. But right now, there's no agenda item for this on City Council's calendar. The Restaurant Association of Maryland says similar efforts statewide, plus in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, prompted hundreds of tipped workers to speak out. A representative from the Restaurant Association of Maryland says increasing tipped hourly wages could also increase price menus and service charges for customers. The Employment Policies Institute is also predicting a failed attempt.
They are looking to save their tips, and they're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being, they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
The reason they have failed repeatedly is because tipped workers have shown up in opposition to what they're trying to do. And I expect something very similar is going to happen in Baltimore.
Now, Fox 45 News reached out to the council member allegedly drafting this bill for more details on what the proposal will say and when it's being introduced. But so far, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:34, more eye-opening findings coming out of Project Baltimore's investigation into how Maryland's largest teachers union is spending its money that typically starts as your tax dollars.
Chris Papps joins us live this morning to share how many millions of dollars the Maryland State Education Association has spent in recent years on just one thing. Chris, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we're talking about travel expenses here tonight. So over the past couple weeks, we have been looking at how MSEA, the Maryland State Education Association, is spending its money. Now, their stated goal is to elevate the quality of education for all students. That is why they are a nonprofit. That is why they aren't paying taxes. So what we've already reported over the past couple weeks is that the teachers union has record revenues coming in, record assets. They're paying 11 employees over $200,000 in total compensation. And now, by looking at their financial filings with the IRS, we can see that over the past 10 years, the teachers union has spent $6.4 million on travel expenses. If you average that out, it comes out to $53,000 a month for 10 straight years. Now, we have reached out to the union multiple times over the past 2 weeks. They're not responding to us in any way. No reply emails, no phone calls, no text messages, no anything. They just seem to be completely ignoring the questions that we're asking them. And the reason may be that they're not a government entity. We can't file public records requests. We can't get the receipts. We can't see exactly how they're spending this money. And the oversight for a 501c, like a labor union, would be the IRS. So the federal government would have to look into how they're spending their money. So the union, I guess what their position is, they don't have to answer the media's questions because they're not a government entity and don't really answer to anyone. But they're spending a lot of money, and they have a lot of money.
Chris, it looks like, though, the reporting is the best way to kind of glean some information out of this, and just by constantly pushing light on to what they're actually spending the money on, hopefully then that will trickle down to somebody that can force them to then answer.
Well, yeah, especially when you consider that they don't pay taxes, and the concept is they're supposed to have more money because they don't pay taxes to help the students of Maryland. But as we've already pointed out in doing this series of reports, I mean, Maryland schools are going in the wrong direction. There's no doubting that. We all know that. That is why the Blueprint for Maryland's Future was passed by the legislature, because we can see over the past 10 years that test scores are going this way. Graduation rates are dropping, attendance rates are dropping, chronic absenteeism is going up, especially in counties like Baltimore County that used to be one of the best school systems in the country. And as of now, they have very, very low math and reading scores. And the union is supposed to be there to help, to assist with that. And they're spending $6.4 million over the past 10 years on travel. The question we're simply asking here, Tom, is how does that benefit the students of Maryland? The stated mission of the teachers union, $6.4 million over 10 years on travel. I think it's a legitimate question. I think it's a fair and honest question. And we're going to keep asking it and see if we can get some sort of answer from the teachers union.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is coming out of taxpayers' pocketbooks. So, Chris Papps, thank you.
Yep.
Police make an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. In our 9 o'clock hour, how the university has been examining a better way to secure the campus.
Rain is moving into the region with highs reaching the 50s later today.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our next weather maker and how it may impact your holiday travel plans. 8:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We've got a cow in our studio. That's coming up.
Developing now from our live center, there is news of a possible hostage deal as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th week. 50 to 100 innocent Israelis being held captive right now by Hamas could be freed in exchange for a 5-day ceasefire, and that is according to 2 sources familiar with these tentative deals. Now, Hamas's leader telling Reuters just hours ago that they're close to reaching a truce agreement with Israel, and according to CNN, that deal could come as soon as today. Now, at the same time, more than 1,200 Americans and their family members are calling on the State Department for help to flee Gaza as Israel intensifies its ground operation there. Reports are flooding in of heavy fighting erupting around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza. Now, that is where thousands of patients and displaced residents have been sheltering for weeks. The World Health Organization says it is working to evacuate the hospital, but it's a process they say could take weeks. Now to a live look over Capitol Hill, where National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is acknowledging that there are too many civilians dying in Gaza. However, he's pushing back on unfounded claims that Israel is committing genocide in its ongoing war with Hamas.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly.
So, of course, we'll continue to monitor these new developments, both out of Washington and the Middle East, right here from our live center.
The Ravens are not just winning on the field, but also out in the community. Just ahead, how the team is giving back just in time for the holidays. Speaking of giving back, in the spirit of the holidays, look at this. What better way to give back than with a hot meal? After the break, Chick-fil-A's newly released initiative to help local nonprofits all across the community. How you can help out Cal. She's cooking. She or he? Cal? Cal? Yeah, just Cal.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chick-fil-A.
Well, in the true spirit of giving, Chick-fil-A has launched an initiative to provide surplus food to local nonprofits. The program is called Shared Table, and joining us this morning, we have the Director of Environmental Services from the Children's Home, Wally Havener, and we also have the Chick-fil-A cow. Could it get any better than that? Oh my goodness. And we also have this delicious spread of food in front of us. But first, let's talk about your nonprofit and how you're involved in this initiative.
Oh, very good. Well, our nonprofit is the Children's Home. We're located in Catonsville. We just celebrated our 160th anniversary. We've been around for 160 years.
Wow. And so what do you guys do?
Well, we take care of youth, disadvantaged youth. When we first began, we would take care of the kids and give them a home and shelter. But now we've become more therapeutic. We offer therapeutic services and shelter for, we had 150 kids pass our doors last year.
So that's a lot of hungry mouths to feed.
A lot of hungry mouths, and Chick-fil-A has come to the rescue, and they've really been a big part of saving money. As you might know, the things they give us each week, the chicken is the most expensive item in that dish.
Yeah, so let's get into this. While you're explaining, if you want to just kind of start cooking up, so like you said, chicken most expensive.
Yes, we've made some enchiladas, and this is a Chick-fil-A recipe from their cookbook that they have digitally. You can download that from their website, and it's called Extra Helpings.
Okay.
And they have 26 wonderful recipes that are really easy. Even I can do them.
So show us, how easy is it?
Okay, well, I have my dish here, tortilla shells, 6-inch, and the recipe calls for 30 Chick-fil-A nuggets, which I've taken the bread off of and mixed with enchilada sauce.
Oh, okay, and that's the chicken that they provided.
That is the chicken, and I've diced it up, yes. And we put a little bit there. Add some cheese, that's part of the recipe.
And it looks like we're running out of time, but I assume you add all the rest of the ingredients?
I've added some onions and some green peppers here. And
it looks delicious.
Roll them up, seam down, covered with some enchilada sauce.
And that's it.
And some more cheese, yes.
Okay. Voila. It looks delicious. Such a great effort. Guys, thank you so much for being here and sharing this with us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We need to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. We have so much going on, Justin, this week. Of course, this wonderful initiative, and then Thanksgiving in 2 days. So what is our weather going to be like?
A lot of stuff we have to deal with. Hey, can the cow, do you want to come help me do some weather real quick? Can the cow come over and do the weather? It takes a while for the cow to get here, obviously, but it is the Chick-fil-A cow. And, you know, we got a celebrity in the house. So just step over here and, you know, say hi to everybody. Just kind of come this way. You got to turn around that way. There's the camera. How's it going? Good to see you. All right. High five. All right. Ready to go? Ready to do some stuff? Yeah? And some weather? Yeah. Do you like the rain? No. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You can just step off over there. There you go. All right. I appreciate it. How about a round of applause? We got a celebrity in the house today. Very nice. All right. So I did the calculations. Tom, Shannon, everyone else. We're looking at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. About 3 months out from pitchers and catchers reporting, just to let you know. I know that they do it down in, you know, Florida, but either way, pretty soon, your first place O's back at it. Well, we're talking about the rain that the cow doesn't like. I'm sorry. Laurel down to Bowie and into D.C. We're seeing some of those showers. We also have a coastal flood warning for Annapolis now, or Anne Arundel County, the entire county, basically along the waters where we'll have the best chance to see the potential of some inundation in some of those low-lying areas. So we're talking to you down the docks, and we're talking about 9, 10 o'clock tonight when we have high tide. That's when we have to watch for. Meanwhile, a little bit of mixed precipitation is happening right now in western Maryland. That's some of the pink that you're seeing right there. It's not a lot, but we do have the winter weather advisory in Garrett and parts of Allegheny County until 1 o'clock this afternoon, just in case we get any kind of accumulation. But really, it's going to be the rain, and you can see that rain that is starting to move in and overtake the region. This is all part of that next weather maker, our stick figure man right there with the L that's heading up into the Great Lakes region. All of that's going to be tracking toward the East Coast through the afternoon. So this is why today we've been talking about the potential issues for traveling. We know a lot of people travel travel on Wednesday, but getting out today, if you're getting a jump on stuff, you have to deal with that wet weather that will be around most of the East Coast. This is our future scan here. Steady rain. It's going to continue through the afternoon and into the evening time. Those pockets of yellow, 4 or 5 p.m., some moderate rain showers. Really that heavy rain. I've been talking about it all day, that it's late tonight. We're talking 9, 10, 11 o'clock this evening as that line of heavier rain showers rolls through. The wind is going to shift as well. So we've got some low-level wind shear we have to deal with. That southerly wind or an easterly wind will be more southerly, and that brings in the warmer temperatures. And then that rain crosses through while a lot of us are sleeping tonight. And some of us getting a good 1 to possibly 2 inches of rain from this system. So much needed rain for sure. Typically, we're in the mid-50s this time of year. Highs today will only get to the upper 40s and lower 50s. Our actual high temperatures probably going to come after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. That's when the warmer air will be here. And we're going to actually be warmer tomorrow, looking for a high of about 62 with breezy conditions, but drier air will be in place. Our turkey there is still a little iffy as to what's going on. He's got his wide eyes there. That's Stuart, by the way. 57 on Turkey Day, and then we'll see those temperatures in the mid-50s Friday, but cooler even though we're dry for this upcoming weekend.
8:52 and in your Sports Unlimited coverage, longtime Orioles closer Zach Britton is retiring after 12 seasons in Major League Baseball.
Britton spent the first 7 years of his career with the Orioles and was a 2-time All-Star. He led baseball with 47 saves in 2016 and finished 4th in Cy Young voting.
Meanwhile, some Ravens, they're getting into the holiday spirit. Kyle Hamilton, Michael Pierce were among the players helping out with a Thanksgiving food drive. This all happened in Falstaff yesterday. They distributed meals for 200 families. Running back Gus Edwards also donating Thanksgiving meals to 75 students and their families at Scotts Branch Elementary School in Windsor Mill.
Trending now, a Maryland lottery player in Catonsville is waking up a millionaire thanks to a scratch-off win. 5 other players hit for 6-digit prizes around Maryland. In all, 30 Maryland lottery tickets worth more than $10,000 were sold and redeemed in the last 7 days. The lottery paid nearly $28 million in prize money. Lucky them.
Have a holly jolly Christmas and have a chance to wrap up your wreath making skills in our 9 o'clock hour, how you can make your house the best on the block with winter decor.
And the Fire Museum has so many amazing historic sites to see, from the fire engines to the train garden and much, much more. We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
All this talk about Christmas, I'm just thinking about gingerbread lattes, peppermint mochas.
Like the flavored ones?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your go-to?
The creams, or do you just like the flavored coffees themselves?
Both.
Oh,
well, I
right.
would say the flavor. If we're talking Starbucks, I mean, the whole shebang. You know.
No matter which
Major music promoter and ticket seller has been by the U.S.
It's a subpoena by the U.S. Senate. And taking a look at Live Nation, will have to testify before the Senate about its business practices, specifically on ticket pricing, fees, and then resales. Senator Richard Blumenthal says Live Nation failed to surrender business documents that the Senate requested, bringing about the subpoena. Blumenthal also says that Live Nation failed to stop inflated demand fueled by bots. Well, 'tis the season for giving and potential striking. The union that represents American Airlines flight attendants asking for permission to go on strike, but the airline is telling holiday passengers not to worry. The airline says there is, quote, no possibility of a walkout during the holiday travel rush. Potential strike comes as the union negotiates a new contract. Union representatives say negotiations are moving slow and workers have not seen pay increases for 4 years. Meanwhile, Southwest Airline pilots says that they will ask for the right to strike too if a contract deal is now not reached within the next few days.
Now, here's something to be thankful for. Preparing your Thanksgiving feast this year isn't going to gobble up all your cash this year, thankfully. The American Farm Bureau Federation says the price tag for Thanksgiving foods this year is slightly cheaper compared to 2022. The turkey, stuffing, vegetables, and mac and cheese needed to feed 10 people this Thanksgiving costs an average of $61.17. While that is 25% more expensive compared to 2019, it's a 4.5% drop from 2022. The American Farm Bureau Federation says people in the Midwest have the least expensive Thanksgiving meal on average, followed by the South, the West, and the Northeast, respectively. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Noki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the two alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the two included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 31% off right now at asadeals.com.
The second suspect in the Morgan State shooting is now in custody. Coming up next, we're learning more about this suspect that's had prior run-ins with the law.
Scaling the side of her home, breaking in the back door. That's what a group of men did to one Canton woman's home. Why police say it took them so long to respond.
Well, we're tracking our next weather maker, rain rolling in. We'll talk about how long it's going to be hanging around. This is Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Tuesday, November 21st. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Megan Gillen. Patrice Sanders is out today. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here, and he's tracking some rain.
Thanksgiving Eve is here, so it's also Hump Day Eve if you celebrate that. And maybe, starting to get some stuff ready for family and friends coming over on Thursday. Well, today's the day to do that stuff inside because that rain is starting to roll in. We're zoomed in downtown right now, looking at the aquarium and all those fun things happening around the Inner Harbor. Christmas Village, can't wait to check that out with Mom here in the next couple of weeks. Looking outside our HD radar, we're seeing that rain that has moved into Anne Arundel County, right there over Greenhaven, down through Annapolis, just on the southern end of Baltimore City, also into parts of western Carroll County, some of those light showers down to D.C., and even out toward the western part of our state, a little bit of a wintry mix there in parts of Garrett and Allegheny counties. But the bulk of this rain, well, hasn't even gotten going yet. This is, again, just the preview. We'll see that steady rain throughout the morning and into the afternoon as well. So if you haven't got your run or your jog in outside, yeah, maybe you want to do some indoor stuff on one of those machines where they yell at you a bit, because we're talking about the temperatures being cool and the rain that stays with us as well. And we'll break down the timing of when this rain rolls out of here and what we can expect for Turkey Day coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. We're going to start off the news here today in a city in crisis. Police making an arrest in connection to the mass shooting on Morgan State University's campus more than a month after 5 people were shot. Police tell us they arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams that you see right here last Friday. Last month, authorities also arrested a 17-year-old.
Morgan State leaders are hoping this latest arrest can bring some closure to campus. Olivia Dance joins us live with what we're learning about this investigation. Olivia?
Yeah, well, Shannon, this morning, both the teens believed to be involved in the shooting here at Morgan State University are now in custody. The shooting back in October injured 5 people, and 4 of the victims were students here. 9 days after the shooting, police arrested a 17-year-old suspect in Washington, D.C. And now, over a month after the shooting, police arrested 18-year-old Javon Williams, also in D.C. Both were already wanted on several unrelated gun charges. Police say neither had any connection to Morgan State University. Now, Javon Williams had been wanted since back in June on unrelated gun charges. At only 18 years old, federal agents had already dubbed him a notoriously violent fugitive. In a statement, University President Dr. David Wilson called the arrest great news, saying, quote, "Today the Morgan community can continue to move forward with the comfort of knowing that both shooting suspects have now been captured and taken off the streets," end quote. And since the shooting, the university has been examining how to better secure their campus.
We are an open campus in an urban environment, and we now are making plans, as you heard from the chief, to basically now close that.
Following the model of Johns Hopkins, where you have people walking the streets, the corners, the neighborhoods surrounding that particular area to create a presence. Usually when you have a presence like that, there is a deterrent effect in terms of individuals who are willing to pull out guns.
Now, speaking of increasing security, you can see there's actually a police car and security behind me right now sitting on campus. Also, Mayor Brandon Scott released a statement saying that this is a sign to everyone that if you come to Baltimore and endanger lives and injure people, you will be held accountable. But for now, reporting live outside Morgan State University, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Shortly after the 17-year-old's arrest last month, Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott on juvenile crime in Baltimore. The mayor criticized the Department of Juvenile Services, calling it a broken system.
We have to build a juvenile justice system that works from the ground up. Every single portion of it has to be looked at. I've been talking about that for years now, as you know.
Well, that was more than a month ago. The mayor has not specified what changes he'd like to see. Fox 45 News was live at Morgan State University for nearly 5 hours the night of the shooting. We will continue to bring you updates on this investigation. You can find all of our reporting on the shooting at foxbaltimore.com.
A mother in Canton tells Fox 45 News how she feared for her life when a group of teens climbed up the side of her home and broke in through an upper deck. She says she saw a body drop down from the roof of her home, and a group of masked men dressed in black broke in from above and through the back door. Well, she barricaded her family and called 911, but police took more than an hour to respond.
An hour police response time is deplorable. It's just horrible. It does not make me feel comfortable living here knowing that that's how long it takes to get help when you really need it.
Now, this incident is raising questions about BPD's response times. A spokesperson for BPD sent Fox 45 News a statement yesterday reading in part, quote, "They responded to the scene as quickly as possible." But city residents told us they're still on edge.
The city's response to crime has some residents coming to their own defense.
This weekend, police say a man chased down a 16-year-old who was attempting to steal his car in Southeast Baltimore, holding down the teen until police arrived and arrested the teen. Just last week, police sources confirmed a 13-year-old and a 14-year-old were shot by someone they were attempting to rob at gunpoint.
But victims have not always been able to hold the suspects down. This summer, 57-year-old Daryl Benner was shot and killed just steps from his home in Canton after attempting to intervene with suspects who were stealing his nephew's car.
He did take his final breaths laying in my lap, covered in blood.
You should always be situationally aware, but the fact is it's really hard to defend against a crime when you're going about your day and a car rolls up and comes to a stop behind you, and then within 10 seconds you're surrounded by people with handguns.
Police experts say a BPD staff shortage is partly to blame, claiming a lack of officers is leading to a slower response time in many incidents.
Right now, Councilman Robert Stokes is defending himself and the actions he did or didn't take after a purchase he made last year. Now, he bought 2 vacant homes from the city in 2022, but he didn't disclose the properties on his ethics disclosure. So we set out to find out why. The homes are in the Oliver community and are now under the ownership of an LLC Stokes has a 49% ownership of. That company is North and Broadway Aquo LLC, which is listed on Stokes' 2022 ethics disclosure, but the 2 vacant homes Stokes bought for $18,000 total, well, they're missing from that disclosure. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says these disclosure forms are key for transparency. And keep in mind, elected leaders are required to disclose any work business that they have on the side outside of holding office.
A big concern that I have is property ownership. There is a huge question of conflict of interest as to how much they're paying for it, their involvement in development companies, and just how much they're going to profit from these properties.
Councilman Stokes says he did not omit anything from his 2022 disclosures. Rather, there was nothing to report because he didn't close on the homes until February of this year. And the ethics board says that whenever a property is sold and finalized, that's the year that someone should disclose them on their ethics filings. Councilman Stokes says he does intend to disclose these 2 properties on his upcoming ethics disclosure forms, which are due in January.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Are city leaders prioritizing themselves or citizens? So far, 96% of those who voted say themselves. You can make your voice heard right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Just click on the Pulse tab. A federal appeals panel in our nation's capital signaled that it may loosen the limited gag order in former President Trump's election interference case while it considers whether to reinstate it.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill to break down the latest. And Kayla, what can you tell us about this?
Well, this gag order is connected to the federal elections interference case. 3 judges in D.C. heard arguments yesterday over the gag order. This order restricts Trump from targeting court personnel, potential witnesses in the case, special prosecutor Jack Smith, as well as Jack Smith's staff. Now, prosecutors argue this gag order is necessary to prevent intimidations and threats against those involved in the case, including witnesses. Trump's lawyers, though, are fighting to have this order revoked, but Trump says he needs to defend himself outside of the courtroom as he campaigns for another term in the White House. The judges have not made a ruling yet.
Speaking of that 2024 presidential election, Kayla, some Democrats think it is time for President Biden to really revamp his messaging on the economy. He's been calling it Bidenomics. What's going on here?
Well, the president is having a tough time selling Bidenomics to the American people with inflation still high and interest rates through the roof. Voters are just not buying this message that the economy is better today than it was when he took office. Poll after poll actually shows voters feel they were better off financially under the previous administration, and the economy is top of mind for Americans going into this election year. Former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crawley among those saying it's time for the Biden campaign to tweak its messaging. Adam Green, he's the co-founder of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee, said we cannot just through sheer repetition convince voters of something that's not their lived reality.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much. Baltimore City lawmakers could be making adjustments to minimum wage. Why the need for change and how it impacts workers and customers.
And the holidays are an exciting time for so many, but the hustle and bustle can be very challenging to those on the spectrum. After the break, we've got some experts here to help us make sure that it's a magical time for everyone. It's 9/11 now on Fox 45. The holidays can be a difficult time for those with autism. Here today to talk about how to help this time of year, we have Executive Director of the Autism Society of Maryland sitting next to me, Melissa Rosenberg, along with Media and Communications intern Madison Brown. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Good morning to you both.
Thank you for having us.
So we'll start with you, Madison. When we look at the holidays, what are some of the triggers? What can be difficult for those who are on the spectrum?
Well, it can be very overwhelming for some people, especially if you're traveling to some other family's house during the holidays. So as a parent, you need to make sure that you have all of the needs that your child needs for the travels. For me, when I was a kid, my mom would prep my character's sleeping bag, some headphones, so I could be calm and comfortable for the drive.
And this is something that
Yes.
you suffer from.
Yes.
So when you're feeling uncomfortable, what are some of the things, are there signs that you're experiencing?
Yeah, so sometimes I get like a little jittery or like my heart will start racing. So I'm like, okay. So my mom says, okay, go to a room for yourself, sit down, take a moment, take a breather, or go walk outside and get some fresh air.
That's good
and
advice.
Yes.
And Melissa, I'll bring you into this as well.
Sure.
So many parents have learned what's best for their children. They can look at their sons and daughters and see what's going on.
Yes.
If you're grandma, if you're an aunt and an uncle, and you're alone over the holidays with a child, what are some of the things we can do to understand what's happening?
Just sort of educating yourself, knowing what some of the sensitive places are for your young person, and planning ahead, letting them know who will be there at the event, what they might expect, and also what they can do, as Madison mentioned, if they do start to feel a little overwhelmed, just to take a break.
So people obviously can be a trigger, you know, flashing lights. A lot of times, you know, I always hear that can be an issue. Christmas lights are everywhere. Is that something that we need to consider or think about?
Yes, most definitely. Like I said, as a kid, sensory issues were my issue during the holidays. So my mom would get me sunglasses if I wanted to be near the family, because I did love the colors, but it was like the flashing lights was too much.
It's a lot.
So glasses, headphones, or just anything to really help.
I think the awareness of this, you know, it's something I didn't think of when I'm putting the lights in my yard, thinking of my neighborhood and the children there. You guys are making sure that families who maybe don't have a family member associated can be educated.
Absolutely, and everybody's very different, but just to have that in mind, that it may be something you want to consider. Lights, sound, taste, smell, and touch may be impacting somebody.
Any other words of wisdom as we head into the holiday season?
Yeah, I think just planning ahead, preparing your young person, talking with your family if you're traveling, and just being prepared as much as you can.
And I know you offer some help too online.
Yes, I have my social media page, Marvelously Madison, where I talk about the main point of my page is no disability should disable you to greatness. And
it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ladies, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
9:17. Justin, I was talking in commercial with them. They said they started noticing a few rain showers out there, just a little bit.
Yeah, that's what we've been tracking all morning, Meg. Some of those showers rolling in as I step aside from our, what is this? It's the incinerator thing, right? The Baltimore thing, right? That is right there. The Resco. Yeah, it's right by my Charm City tank shop. The guy in the back, he's leaving us, and for whatever reason, he zoomed in on that shot. But I like Matt, and I wish him well. Our HD radar, you can see right now, we are seeing some of those showers Meg was talking about. Glen Burnie, Severna Park, down through Annapolis. By the way, he can at any time push a button, and I disappear. So that's why I got to go easy. All right, so here we go. The rain showers down through Severna Park and Annapolis, through parts of southern Baltimore City, the west side of the Beltway, over toward Carroll County. We're seeing those showers roll in. As we go a little bit to the north, you can see up into Westminster and Eldersburg, you're getting in on some of the rain. No lightning strikes at this time, just some light to moderate showers. Still getting a little bit of that pink right there in western Maryland, where we have the winter weather advisories for Garrett and Allegheny counties. It goes till 1 o'clock this afternoon. More of that winter weather is really up in northern PA, up toward west of Scranton and up toward Rochester, New York. So this is mainly a rain event. And even with those winter weather advisories, we'll continue to see our temperature stay above freezing. So it's mainly going to be the rain that is there. Here's the L right there, that area of low pressure, kind of like a little stick man walking as it's getting closer to us. Well, he's walking from the west to the east, and he's bringing more of that rain and the wind as well as we head toward the afternoon and evening. And we know tomorrow is kind of the big travel day, but a lot of folks are traveling today, and they're going to have to deal with rain up and down the East Coast. The warmer air is actually coming in, kind of a warm nudge of that air, and we'll see that into the evening time tonight. So our high temps are actually coming as we get into Tuesday evening as opposed to Tuesday afternoon. So the rain showers on your hourly future scan. This updates every hour. Steady rain through most of the day today. Kind of an easterly wind. It'll be on the cool side of things throughout the afternoon. After we get to about, I'd say 7, 8 o'clock tonight, that's when we're expecting to see some more moderate rain showers. The yellows right there, and even the heavier rain into that 10 and 11 o'clock hour tonight right there. The wind changes and shifts to be more southerly as we get into the late night hours, and that's what brings us the warmer air at times. So we're going to wake up with a lot of the wet roads here early tomorrow morning. Most of this heavier rain is happening when we are sleeping. Now, in terms of our future scan and rainfall totals, some of us getting a good 1 to 2 inches of rain once this thing is all said and done, and we are desperately in need of that rain because we've been in that drought situation for the last couple of months, and really haven't had a lot of measurable rain to speak of. Upper 40s and lower 50s from the eastern shore across the Bay Bridge, up and down the Chesapeake for you for this afternoon. And even if you're heading down to D.C., 54. Notice how much warmer it is in Richmond, but then only 40s in Cumberland and western Maryland, which is why we have those winter weather advisories posted. Good news is tomorrow will be drier. Breezy conditions, especially in the morning time, but those clouds do roll out of here, and we actually will top out in the lower 60s. And Turkey Day is not looking too bad, looking about 57 for your high on Thursday. Stewart right there. Yeah. Stewart. Now, Stewart's not the one clapping. Because Stewart's eyes are very large right there. If you look very closely, he's like, I don't know what's going on with all that. But either way, oh, Stewart. All right, upper 40s and lower 50s into Saturday and Sunday. So overall, a little bit cooler for this upcoming weekend. Shannon?
All right, Justin, thanks. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are taking a live look at some cameras across the Baltimore region. And you can see there right now there is limited volume, and it's a good time to begin your morning commute. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist. He is in the area of Route 83 heading south. Pretty much wide open roadways there as well.
What is the best way to welcome holiday cheer into your home? How about a wreath? Later on, we're going to show you how to make your own.
Yeah, the Holiday Train Garden at the Fire Museum of Maryland offers so many great items to see, so much rich history. Like this right here, we'll tell you about the history coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Thanksgiving, 2 days away, but it might be time to deck those halls and get in the Christmas spirit.
Oh, I love it. Mark Clark is getting in the spirit live at the Fire Museum with their train garden, and it looks so cool, Mark.
So many cool things. I've been hanging out with Amy. I'm learning everything you need to know. You got to come see Amy. Now, Amy, for instance, a bit of history in your hands right there.
Absolutely. This is a little house that, you know, back through the 1920s, 30s, 40s, the firefighters, when they built train gardens in their firehouses, would hand make their little houses, and some of them were actually made from old cigar boxes. So it's really just a really cool little artifact that you can see right here at the museum. We also have a display this year that's lit up that shows some of the really charming old train layouts from generations past. And of course, we have our big train layout.
The big feature, baby.
Feature that opens to the public on Saturday from 10 to 4. Tickets are available at the door. And it's included, you know, you get the train garden and the whole museum and the kids' discovery room. We'll have Santa here on Saturday from 11 to 2, and you can take your own free photo with Santa, and that's a little gift that we give to the community every year. One more thing, this year we've also added Sunday hours, noon to 4. The whole schedule's on our website, of course, at firemuseumMD.org.
Amy, such a great place. And again, I'm going to tell you, parents, if you got little ones, take it from me. They grow up so fast. This is a great place to manufacture memories.
Absolutely.
You know, you got the train, you got Santa, you got the, I mean, it's so perfect. So
I can smell
just
it.
Take my advice. Bring the kids.
We see people here every year.
That's right.
Reminds me of the Polar Express. We were talking about
Yeah.
All right, for more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, pack the rain jacket, grab the umbrella as you head out that door today. We've got some rain, and it's going to stick around for most of the day. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers will be taking a look at that Turkey Day forecast.
In Baltimore, there could soon be a fight over the minimum wage for servers and bartenders. Coming up next, here are the concerns for small businesses. You're watching at Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore on this Tuesday, Thanksgiving Eve.
That's
November
right.
21st. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, we've got a lot of turkey in our future, and there's a pitiful turkey on one of the forecasts that Justin has. You see the size of the plate it's standing on?
I don't think he needs to be nervous. I don't think anyone's going to choose that little turkey. He's safe this year.
No, Stuart's just like, he's just kind of hanging out, and then he's like, no, you know, I'm puny. You don't want me. And then so he's going to
Big eyes, too.
Yeah, I know.
The
Big eyes. Like, whoa, what's going on?
I was going to say puppy dog eyes, turkey, bird eyes.
Could see, yeah. Gobble, gobble. All right, well, let's take a look outside and see what's going on. We are seeing the rain. Here it is. That's what I've been talking about all morning. I said about 9, 10 o'clock is when that rain rolls in, and this is what is happening. Now, you can see that little pink line that is on the left side of your screen, and we are getting a little bit of a wintry mix in parts of western Maryland, so just be aware. If you have to head out on 70, if you're going out on 66 out there toward the west and you're heading out to Garrett and Allegheny counties, could run into some of that wintry precip. Same thing north on 83 as you go up in PA. I mean, we're at 32 in Oakland, but just above freezing in Cumberland, 40 in Hagerstown right now, and 40s for Westminster and Bel Air. So it's going to be a chilly day with that rain today. Definitely have the rain jacket ready to go and the umbrella as you head out, and no sunglasses needed today because that rain stays with us. So 53 this afternoon. We're actually going to be warmer tonight, and we're going to be in the lower 60s tomorrow. And right now, Thanksgiving on Thursday looks pretty good with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Developing here this morning, the Baltimore City Council is considering some legislation to raise minimum wage for tipped workers in the city.
Now, it comes after a similar proposal was approved in Washington, D.C. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning to explain why some say the move may hurt those who are in the service industry. Olivia.
Yeah, so Tom, the statewide minimum wage is scheduled to increase to $15 an hour on January 1st, 2024. But some small business owners here in Baltimore worry that increasing the minimum wage for tipped workers will create a challenge.
It's going to put a hurting on a lot of restaurants. The guests will assume that they're getting paid $15 an hour. They will not tip. And in 90% of the situations, that means that that server will be making less than they did before.
Right now, Maryland's tipped wage sits at $3.63 an hour. An event page online titled Bill Introduction for One Fair Wage in Baltimore is scheduled for Wednesday, December 6th, inviting people to join efforts to raise the hourly tipped wage to the state's minimum wage. But right now, there's no agenda item for this on City Council's calendar. The Restaurant Association of Maryland says similar efforts statewide, plus in both Montgomery and Prince George's counties, prompted hundreds of tipped workers to speak out. A representative from the Restaurant Association of Maryland says that increasing tipped hourly wages could also increase price menus and service charges for customers. The Employment Policies Institute is also predicting a failed attempt.
They are looking to save their tips, and they're looking to keep the current tipping system in place. The reason being, they earn significantly more than minimum wage.
The reason they have failed repeatedly is because tipped workers have shown up in opposition to what they're trying to do. And I expect something very similar is going to happen in Baltimore.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the council member allegedly drafting this bill for more details on what the proposal will say and when it's being introduced. But so far, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Also developing now, the City Council is calling for an informational hearing on how the Baltimore City Public School System is paying its vendors.
It comes months after one educational vendor, Temple X Schools, claimed the school system owed them tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid bills. The group's founder and activist group, Act Now Baltimore, called for the city to reevaluate its procurement process.
The goal here is to actually show that we can do problem solving by lifting the people's voices, hearing from them, and presenting something to schools where we can work together.
It's not about our relationship with them. It's about the process of obtaining the funds that's needed to continue the operations that the vendors agree to do.
The Baltimore City school system has denied those claims, saying that it paid invoices on time. It's not clear when the council will hold its hearings into this matter.
Turning now to the race for Baltimore City Mayor. Mayoral candidate Sheila Dixon is turning up the pressure on Mayor Brandon Scott, as both have now officially launched their campaigns. During an endorsement of Sheila Dixon last week, Councilman Eric Costello said that he had never seen this level of dysfunction within City Hall. Dixon backed up those claims yesterday on Fox 45 News.
I have to deal with the city on a regular basis with my clients, and I can see the dysfunction, not in one agency, but practically in every agency. And that is reflected of the leadership, you know, and it's reflected in who you hire, the people that work for you. I've never seen city government so dysfunctional as it is now.
Fox 45 News reached out to both Mayor Scott and Sheila Dixon. Sheila Dixon responded. Mayor Scott, for a one-on-one interview, has refused our invitations. Last week, he did talk about Costello's comments on WBAL radio touting his accomplishments.
leadership that's failing the city. It's almost a laughable comment when my leadership has the city on pace to be under 300 homicides for the first time in 9 years. Investing in our education, opening rec centers, not closing them like the person he's endorsing did when she was mayor.
Well, Mayor Scott has faced a few controversies in the past several of months, including within the city's flagship gun violence intervention program. In September of 2022, the mayor announced a major shift in oversight and management for Safe Streets. That left city council members outraged, saying the Scott administration didn't tell them about the change. They found out through the media.
Mayor Scott also promised to return weekly recycling pickup by February of next year. But the Department of Public Works says the city will miss that deadline due to staffing shortages and a lack of working trash trucks. Last December, Scott raised eyebrows when he accepted a $5,000 campaign donation from longtime city contractor J.P. Grant. Days later, reports showed a company, Grant Finances, was awarded $12 million in city contracts.
A recent Goucher poll released in October shows Dixon has a lead over Mayor Scott. She had 39% of voter support compared to 27% for Mayor Scott. 23% of people would support another candidate. Last week, we asked our viewers who they would vote for in a hypothetical mayoral primary. 92% of people who responded said Sheila Dixon.
Coming up from our live center, Hamas leaders say a truce agreement with Israel is near. How many hostages could be released?
And one of the busiest travel weeks of the year gets underway today, when it is best to hit the roads or the skies. 9:37 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Developing now from our live center, there's news of a possible hostage deal as the war between Israel and Hamas enters its 8th week.
We want to get right over to Shannon Lilly with how many Israelis could be freed. Shannon.
We're talking dozens, guys. 50 Israelis being held captive by Hamas right now could be freed in exchange for a 4 to 5 day ceasefire. Now, Hamas's leader told Reuters just hours ago that they're close to reaching a truce agreement with Israel, and CNN reports that deal could come as soon as today. At the same time, though, more than 1,200 Americans and their family members, they're calling on the State Department for help to flee Gaza as Israel intensifies its ground operations. connection there. Reports are flooding in of heavy fighting erupting around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza. Now, that is where thousands of patients and displaced residents have been sheltering for weeks. The World Health Organization says it is working to evacuate the hospital, but it's a process they say could take weeks more. Now to a live look over Capitol Hill, where National Security Council spokesman John Kirby is acknowledging that there are too many civilians dying in Gaza. However, he is pushing back on unfounded claims that Israel is committing genocide in its ongoing war with Hamas.
But this word genocide is getting thrown around in a pretty inappropriate way by lots of different folks. What Hamas wants, make no mistake about it, is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. They've said so publicly.
Of course, we will continue to monitor these new developments, both out of Washington and the Middle East, here from our live center.
9:41, and the holiday season means spreading joy and maybe some unintentional spreading of germs.
Ew, the Biden administration now offering to send another round of free at-home COVID-19 tests to prepare for a potential surge during the holiday season.
Yeah, I mean, so it's your tax dollar, so we actually already paid for them. People can order the covid.gov/test to have 4 at-home tests mailed to them. This comes at a time when insurers are no longer required to cover the cost of COVID tests.
We'll make this holiday season unforgettable with a wreath made from scratch. That just made my day. That's what we're doing after the break, and you can follow along.
And we're in for a wet one today with heavier rain expected into the evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will tell us when it's best to get out today. Plus, you maybe have the turkey trot, the mud bowl games going on Thanksgiving. Your Thanksgiving forecast is up. (9:45), and whether you're expecting knocks at your door this year or you just want to have some extra holiday cheer, How about a festive wreath? Don't take my word for it. Joining us right now is avid wreath maker Wendy Daly, and she's going to walk us through some of the steps on how to make the perfect wreath that lasts long.
Oh, the perfect wreath.
Well, I know there is. You're still looking for the perfect wreath, and you've been making wreaths for how long?
35 years.
35 years. You have Festival of Trees, Kennedy Krieger's Festival of Trees going on right now. You bring wreaths every year.
At least 4.
4, okay.
Try to do 4.
How long does 4 wreaths take?
It can take anywhere from 2 weeks to a month for me, depending on whether or not I like what I'm doing as I'm doing it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So then, my first question for you then is, how do you start? I mean, if I walk through Hobby Lobby or Michael's or some kind of craft store, I get overwhelmed. I'm like, oh, I don't know to grab the ones with the frost on it or regular pine cones. How do you start, and how do you know where to start?
I'm a theme kind of decorator, so if like these 2 owls here, I bought these actually 3 years ago.
Oh, really? So you've been hanging on to them.
And I've been waiting for the perfect setup to do these.
And so then you waited, and then you found something else that spoke to you like this.
Yes, this grapevine wreath here. This just
So it's a
natural
grapevine wreath.
Yes.
Then, okay, you know the owls are going somewhere in there. They could be lovebirds. They could be, you know.
It's a couple. So you would put the wreaths or the owls like this.
Oh, perfect.
And I want it to be as natural as possible because that's my type of wreath. So you have your, your grapevines or your berries, whatnot, and I'll play with this for hours.
All right, so it doesn't matter. There's not a stage like, okay, you put this in first, then the owls. It really depends on, you have to work it with it.
Yes, I place everything before I secure anything.
Okay, so these things are last then. This secure the pipe fittings and everything. Those are the ones that tie it down the wire. That's last in the glue. It's really just kind of using your palette for a little while?
Yes. I lay everything out on a table, anything that I might think would look good in this, and I play with bits and pieces, and I'll walk away from it for a couple hours, and then I'll come back.
Glue. And there's a lot of glue involved to keep it secure?
Actually, for something like this, it would be more wire than glue, because you need to secure it.
And then indoor, outdoor, this could sit for how long?
This one could actually sit outdoor all year long, because that's what I like.
The wreath maker herself.
The ones that I put for Kennedy Krieger that I donated, those are primarily indoor wreaths. Because you have flocking, you have items in there. Berries will crack in the cold and whatnot, so.
Wreath maker Miss Daly right here, the professional. Thank you so much. And we're actually going to get some rain today, so making certain wreaths, you have to realize, okay, indoor, outdoor, better wire for outdoor. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. Justin, I know you have turkeys that are on your forecast, but what about some lovebird owls?
I need to see if I can get that in the system. That is probably a call to Barron, our weather folks that have our weather computer. But yeah, thanks for that, guys. And we definitely are seeing the rain right now. One of those mornings where you want to probably do some stuff indoors starting now and throughout the rest of the day, because not going to be an outdoor day. Obviously, we have to get to where we're going, and we know a lot of folks are doing things to prepare for the upcoming holiday. But you're going to have to deal with rain throughout most of the day today, and chilly temperatures too. Here's the rain right now, a solid sheet of the rain, just rain, from Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Glen Burnie, Pasadena, Severna Park, and Annapolis as well, moving out across the bay at this time, and also seeing some of those showers up into northern Baltimore County, moving into Harford County as well. So these rain showers staying with us here through most of the day. Also, we've had the potential of a little bit of that pink in the precipitation category, with that mixed precipitation and that potential of some wintry precip, which is why we've got winter weather advisories in Garrett and Allegheny counties only until 1 o'clock this afternoon. We still have the coastal flood warning for you in Anne Arundel County, so watch for the inundation in those low-lying areas, especially around high tide later tonight and with all of the rain that we're continuing to see. This is all from this area of low pressure moving up into the Great Lakes region. To the south of that, we got the cold front, then that warm front kind of sticks out to the east, and that's the warmer air that's going to be moving in out ahead of this next weather maker. So that's why the entire East Coast dealing with the wet weather for most of the afternoon and into Tuesday evening. Some areas in the Northeast could get some snow showers up there, but overall, this is mainly going to be a rain event that we have to deal with throughout the day today. And you can see on our hourly future scan, the rain staying with us the next couple of hours. Steady rain showers off and on through most of the middle of the day today and even to the early part of the afternoon. As we get to about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, we have the potential for some more moderate rain, those pockets of yellow right there. Heaviest rain starts about 9 o'clock on Tuesday night. And really, as we get into the late night hours, overnight into the early morning on Wednesday, that's when we'll see the heaviest rain. You'll probably hear this on your windows tonight as you're trying to sleep. But then we get that rain moving out of here. And actually, drier conditions are on the way as early as tomorrow. Some of us will get a good 1 to possibly 2 inches of much needed rainfall. The flooding threat is low just because we have not seen much rain, so the ground has not been saturated. But again, you get 1 to 2 inches in a 12 to 18 hour period. You could see some ponding on some of the roadways and something we'll have to deal with on your on your Wednesday morning commute. All right, so here's our day planner. Looking outside, keeping those 40s around. Temps really don't rise too much, barely into the low and mid 50s, so that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. High temperatures are actually going to come tonight. So you'll have one of those weird days where it'll be 57, 58 degrees about 9 or 10 o'clock this evening as opposed to lower 50s in the afternoon. And we're only to the lower 60s tomorrow, but definitely warmer with drier conditions, a bit breezy in the morning. Turkey Day looks great with temperatures in the upper 50s, and then we'll be a little bit cooler, but we do stay dry for this upcoming weekend.
Thank you, Justin. If you're taking to the skies today, expect a busy travel day. Record numbers of people are expected to fly or drive this Thanksgiving week. The Transportation Security Administration says it expects to screen about 2.6 million travelers today. The agency says Wednesday and the Sunday after Thanksgiving, those are going to be the busiest days to fly. Meantime, AAA is warning Americans about the holiday travel rush as an estimated 55.4 million people will travel on the roads at least 50 miles from home between Wednesday and Sunday, those same days. AAA recommends drivers start their journey before 11 a.m. on Thanksgiving Eve. Oh boy, if you want to try and beat the Thanksgiving Day rush, and then leave before 10 a.m. or after 5 p.m. on Thursday.
Well, if you find yourself stuck in a Turkey Day travel mess, one thing to be thankful for, gas prices could be the lowest in 3 years. This according to Gas Buddy. A gallon of regular gas could drop to $3.25 Thursday. Gas Buddy says prices have been dropping for 9 weeks now. Now, on Thanksgiving 2020, gas fell to $2.11 per gallon because of low demand during the height of the pandemic.
Now to your Sports Unlimited news. A rematch of last year's Super Bowl ends with the Eagles on top. The Kelsey brothers facing off for the first time since the 2023 Super Bowl. The Eagles ended up winning
Thanksgiving morning. Then at 12:30, you can watch the Green Bay Packers, and they head to Detroit to take on the Lions.
And after that, on Thanksgiving Day, you can watch college basketball starting at 4 p.m. That's when Arizona and Michigan State will face off in California. At 6 p.m., you can watch women's college basketball. We've got Tennessee and Indiana going head-to-head in Florida. Now, we got to do something pretty special here. Someone who loves all things Ohio sports. On the left there, we would love to wish our senior director good luck in Washington, D.C. This is Matt's last day. We're going to miss him, but not that Bengals jersey.
No, not the Bengals jersey. I love that shot with Jimmy.
Yeah, what a great
right
shot.
That was a
with
good
the
one.
Ravens, yeah. So Matt's awesome. He's our senior director. He's helped to train, get all the people in the back kind of up to speed on what to do and the right buttons to push.
Yeah.
And he's great. My favorite thing about Matt is he's on the fly, like when we're doing stuff. So
He did the applause today for the forecast.
Communicates in our ear all the time.
Yeah,
been talking
he's
to us all
always
the time.
talking in our
and
ear.
he's always talking trash whenever we talk anything about Ohio.
Look, he's moving the cameras
Ohio
around. Like, hello.
State, Bengals. You can take all that with you, Matt.
Cameras moving all over the place.
Yeah.
Thank you,
We're
Matt.
going to miss you. Good luck.
Well, don't go anywhere. It's what you've all been waiting for. Justin has
More
the exclusive 10-day forecast.
Nobody else has it.
We need that cowbell.